Hello, good morning, good afternoon, and good evening to our guests joining us today. This is the J. Herbert Smith Center Future of Innovation. This year, the disrupted issue. We have all been plagued globally by the COVID-19 pandemic, and we are really struggling with how innovation is impacting the world, which has come to a halt. Thank you very much for joining us for this third annual Future of Innovation, an RBC Leadership Conference. My name is Dominic Blakely. I'm the Innovation and Entrepreneurship Strategist here in the J. Herbert Smith Center, and work with an amazing group here. First of all, I would like to welcome to the stage UMB's president, Dr. Powell Mazerel, just to say a few words on behalf of the university. Paul?
Innovation and entrepreneurship as fundamental attributes of our university. We have research centers and institutes dedicated to the importance of innovation and entrepreneurship. Indeed, Startup Canada a number of years ago identified the University of New Brunswick as the most entrepreneurial university in Canada. That's a recognition that we hold proud and dear to our hearts, but we live innovation and entrepreneurship every day. And this conference is a recognition of our commitment to the importance of entrepreneurship and innovation for our economy. It is due to our spirit and commitment to innovation that this year's conference is held a bit differently. As you all know, we're connecting in a virtual world due to COVID-19. Our universities have had to be disrupted, how we interact with people is disrupted, but this causes important challenges for us to think differently about the importance of connecting through our economies, through how people move, through how the universities function, to how businesses. I'd like to begin by respectfully acknowledging that the University of New Brunswick sits on the unsurrendered and unceded traditional Wolastoqey land. The lands of Wabanaki people have been recognized in a series of peace and friendship treaties to establish an ongoing relationship of peace, friendship, and mutual respect between equal nations. The St. John River that runs by our university is also known as Wolastoq, along which live the Wolastoqey people, the people of the beautiful and bountiful river. On behalf of the University of New Brunswick, I'd like to welcome you to the third annual Future of Innovation, Disrupted, and RBC Leadership Conference. It's indeed a privilege to welcome all of you from across New Brunswick, from across Canada, and indeed across the world. Thank you for joining us for this innovative conference. As UNB, we are proud to embrace innovation and entrepreneurship as fundamental attributes of our university. We have research centers and institutes dedicated to the importance of innovation and entrepreneurship. Indeed, Startup Canada a number of years ago identified the University of New Brunswick as the most entrepreneurial university in Canada. That's a recognition that we hold proud and dear to our hearts, but we live innovation and entrepreneurship every day. And this conference is a recognition of our commitment to the importance of entrepreneurship and innovation for our economy. It is due to our spirit and commitment to innovation that this year's conference is held a bit differently. As you all know, we're connecting in a virtual world due to COVID-19. Our universities have had to be disrupted. How we interact with people is disrupted. But this causes important challenges for us to think differently about the importance of connecting through our economies, through how people move, through how the universities function, to how businesses function. This conference is filled with great speakers, internationally regarded innovators who are going to be sharing ideas and dialogue on the importance of innovation and disruption. We need to continue to work together to understand how do economies, how do universities, how do businesses function in this new environment. So there'll be many discussions and disruptions through this event. I'm excited to see the many speakers who will be contributing. I'm excited that you're involved at this event. Enjoy your time at this year's annual conference. Thank you.
Now, thank you so much, Dr. Mazerol, and thank you so much for being kind enough to do a take two in this disruptive world. Technology is fun, and we're learning to live with it on a daily basis. It's also fun to hear that you're living through one of the critical pieces that we have with all of our Zoom meetings, is that's the dogs barking in the background. Usually mine are joining me on screen or pulling me away from the screen. So this is also part of our everyday life now. So those of you who are saying hello in the chat, thank you so much for joining us. Please stay respectful to everything that's going to be going on in the chats as we go through the day. I'd now like to welcome Chris Ronald, Regional President, Atlantic Canada, RBC, Royal Bank, to the stage to bring words on behalf of the Royal Bank of Canada.
Everyone, welcome to the third annual RBC Leadership Conference, hosted by the J. Herbert Smith Center. This year's theme is quite appropriately based on the lineup of speakers, including RBC's own Lynette Gillen, Amy Lynn Patterson, and Subha Chia. I'd say you're in for a pretty exciting day. RBC is so proud to be joining as presenting sponsor of this conference for the third year in a row. We recognize the value of a strong economy and know that entrepreneurs provide the backbone of innovation that our economy relies on. We also appreciate that these are different times. Never before has it been more important to be innovative, to think outside the box, to be able to assess and pivot accordingly. And who better to lead the response to the disruption than you? I'd say you are the leaders of tomorrow, but honestly, I believe you are the leaders already in your own right. Certainly, when I look at all you've accomplished, the projects you're working on, the research you've conducted, you're making the impact now, and I know that impact will only multiply in the years to come. We're counting on you to help us respond to normal disruption and to unprecedented disruption, like what the world is facing today due to the COVID-19 pandemic. I'm sure you've heard the phrase, never waste the opportunity offered by a good crisis. Yes, it's likely been overused in the past 7 months, but I really do believe it has merit. I want to thank Durendra and the organizing team for holding the conference. The easy route would have been to postpone or cancel, but as we know, the easy route is rarely the right course of action. These are extraordinary times. We are facing the largest health crisis of our generation. We need to think differently, react differently, plan differently, behave differently, all of which are perfect ingredients for innovation. I'd encourage you to maximize the opportunity. Learn from the guest speakers and each other, share, participate, and innovate. Thank you and enjoy the day.
Thank you so much, Chris. Indeed, we're living in a world that has been disrupted, and innovation is something that we're here to try to discuss and continue having it. And as you said, we were not going to stop because of COVID. This is important to us to continue the conversation year in and year out. And it is because of Dr. Shukla and his and our team that's put together to do this. that we are fortunate enough now to be online with all the fun of technologies on many nations around the world that will be joining us today. So up next, please welcome Dr. Dhirendra Shukla, Chair of the J. Herbert Smith Center, Technology, Management, and Entrepreneurship.
Thank you very much, Dom. I would like to firstly welcome everyone to the Future of Innovation Disrupted RBC Leadership Conference. This year, you've obviously noticed the name change as well as the format. And you can understand and appreciate that 2020 has been disrupted, and for many reasons. Obviously, we are in a health crisis, like Chris pointed out. And other component that is worthwhile pointing out is that we are in a social crisis, primarily from...
Jay, there was a message in YouTube saying that the volume of the speakers was low. So can you adjust it if we might need it on the interview coming up?
The reality is that we've got a social crisis because you've seen the movement around the Black Lives Matter and the economic crisis with many people staying home, many people out of jobs. So we have brought in speakers and from regionally, nationally, with great support from our sponsors, RBC. And it would not have happened without their support. But this global community coming together in these hard times, the hope is that this conference provides meaning and excitement and an opportunity for people to reflect on and think about how we can emerge from this world and emerge better, emerge stronger, emerge as a more caring and respectful society. And as a result, we don't let the pandemic and situations like this bring us down, but look at ways that we can come up and become a stronger society. So look, I hope that this conference that you're attending, this is the largest conference we've had. Attenders, people are attending from around the world, which is fantastic. Welcome to the conference. Enjoy the conference. Interact with the conference. It is yours. Like Paul Mazrel said, UNB has been recognized as the most entrepreneurial university. We've helped launch about 170 new startups over the last 4 to 5 years, which is exceptional. So we're not only simply talking and teaching entrepreneurship, we are doing entrepreneurship with sleeves rolled up. So welcome to the conference. It's the third RBC Leadership Conference called Future of Innovation Disrupted. Now you understand and appreciate why we changed the name. And have fun, and let's stay united through the crisis and emerge stronger. Thank you very much, and over to you, Don.
Thank you very much, Dhirendra. Again, sorry for my voice in the background as Dr. Shukla was speaking. And thank you for all the texts from everybody who said that they can hear me in the background. We're learning this as we're moving along, the same as everybody else. So again, apologies for that. But in answer to the question, we are going to work on increasing the volume of our speakers on the recorded sessions when we move forward. And Rachel is now putting her head in her hands and ducking behind her screen. So I want to remind everybody, please use the chat on the platform that you're watching. This is available on YouTube as well as on Facebook. Please remember to keep the comment section polite, but we do welcome friendly discussion. Some talks are accepting questions, so if you'd like to join the conversation, pop those comments and questions in the box, and we will address them to the speakers. Our next talk is our only non-live session for today. So I will try to stay out of the background conversation on that one too. It's a fireside chat that was held between newly elected MLA for Fredericton North, the Honorable Jill Green, and Dr. Dhirendra Shukla, discussing Minister Green's career evolution and her journey to where she is today. Thank you.
Hi, Jill.
How are you, Dhirendra?
Good, good. Thank you for taking the time, and congratulations.
Thank you. My life changed significantly.
Oh, I bet. So this is Jill Green, the Minister of Transportation and Infrastructure. What an exciting opportunity to talk to you in this new role and this new exciting opportunity, and what an exciting chapter for New Brunswick, for Jill, and for the region. So.
Go UNB.
Oh, totally. To see, we've always wanted engineers to step up into leadership positions, and to see you as an engineer in that position. And we saw APEC NB, tweeting and very excited. And obviously the Premier, Blaine Haig, also engineer from UNB. So this is very exciting for all of us.
It was actually interesting, Dhirendra. Yesterday, my deputy minister and I went over for a meeting with the Premier, and we were sitting in the Premier's office around his table in his office, socially distanced, of course. But they took a picture of us because they thought it was probably the first time there's 3 engineers sitting around that table.
You got to share that picture. You got to share that picture. Right. So a little bit of a history of how this conference started, the future of innovation. Dr. John McLaughlin and I taught a course called Leadership in the Era of Deep Change. And deep change from our perspective was, what are we going to do as a community and as a region to shift the culture from where it is right now to a culture of change, for accountability, for progress, and change the conversation for the region. And it's very exciting that we started this conference 4 or 5 years back, to now be thinking and talking to the new face for our region, new face for transportation, infrastructure, leadership. And we're talking to the right person. That's why we were so committed to having you, and so grateful for having you as a part of this conversation. So that's a little bit of a historic perspective of how this conversation started. The conference is funded by RBC, the Royal Bank of Canada, and they've been a very significant supporter of our program in terms of entrepreneurship, innovation. And you know our program very well, because you've come and spoken to many of our students. You've come and mentored, and you've been involved in a lot of entrepreneurial activity. And you are a leader that went away and has seen those things, came back and set up a company in New Brunswick, and have a family, and all those amazing things. So we're going to take, I know a lot of those things, but most of the community doesn't. And I think what a great way for not only our own local university community to learn a little bit more about you, but also a broader regional and a national community to know about this phenomenal person that I call a friend, Jill Green, and who is in such a leader. So a little bit about if we can first sort of take a snapshot. Jill Green, as a young person growing up, what was that like for you in the region?
Well, I grew up here in Fredericton. My parents had a hobby farm, so I was out playing in the fields and the pastures and, just being a regular kid outside all the time. My mother started her own business when I was about 7 or 8 years old. She's a veterinarian and she started a veterinary clinic. And it wasn't too long before I was working there with her. She didn't pay me very much money. I think I made $1 an hour, but I loved working there and working with people and the animals. And it gave me a really good appreciation of hard work and good work ethic.
And then tell me about coming into engineering. And recently, why I bring that about is that I was talking to John McLaughlin about you and about this interview, and he told me he was telling me about your dad. So it is obvious that your parents are very community minded and have been a core part of the fabric of Fredericton, New Brunswick. So keen to learn about moving from that to engineering and a little bit more about the family values that you grew up in.
I'm laughing because engineering was an accident. So I wanted to be a doctor. I was sure I was going to be a doctor. I started out in biochemistry at UNB. And then I kind of got an understanding of how much work and how long it would take to actually become a physician. And I thought, nah, I don't want to work that hard. And so I took a term off to adjust myself. Yeah. And a friend of mine was in engineering and I thought that just sounded cool to take engineering. So I had to go back to the registrar to ask to get back into school. And I went and sat down with the registrar. And I remember I told him I wanted to take engineering. He said, okay, well, what kind? And I looked at him, I'm like, there's different kinds? And he just shook his head and laughed. And he said, I'll put you in civil and then you get a taste of each one and then you can decide after that. So I didn't even know there was different kinds of engineering. But I started engineering and I loved it. It was a perfect fit for me. And I never left civil because I loved it.
And it is, I got a better appreciation, like I grew up, because my father is a mining engineer. So I grew up around in mining towns around the world. So I was always integrated into engineering, but I got a better appreciation for civil engineering as I moved to UNB. And the TME program the Technology Management Entrepreneurship Program is embedded in the civil engineering.
Oh, it is. And they just started when I was in civil engineering, and I'm kicking myself now because I didn't do TME. But yeah, it was just in its infancy when I was taking my civil engineering degree.
So now you finished civil engineering. What next for Jill Green?
What was next for me? Well, I got married as soon as I graduated, yes. But my husband was doing a PhD, so he was still in school. So I was the breadwinner for the family. So it was just to find a job. And I worked for UNB for a bit. I worked for an environmental engineering firm. And then I got a 6-month contract at DTI, actually. I was working for the maintenance and traffic group doing environmental engineering for them, and I loved it. But a job came available at the city of Fredericton for their water and sewer engineer, and I applied for it and I got the job. So I became the water and sewer engineer for the city of Fredericton. Love working there.
So cool.
Derek kept on doing his PhD, graduated, educated himself out of the job market here in Canada. So the two of us ended up in Cleveland, Ohio. So that's where we went before we came back here.
And so both of you moved to Cleveland. And what was that journey like? And talk a little bit more about, you said and then you came back, a little bit more about what was the journey to Cleveland, what was Cleveland like, and what pulled you back?
So we went to Cleveland. That was it. We were building our life there. Really liked living in that city. The people there are phenomenal. It's the Midwest, so they're friendly people like in the Maritimes. Both had great jobs there and started our family and thought that was what life was going to be like. We were going to be living in Cleveland or somewhere in the States, somewhere abroad for the rest of our lives. And UNB reached out and said, we have some technology we think is ready for commercialization. You guys have any interest in coming home? We laughed. We didn't think there was any possibility we'd ever be back to Fredericton. But my husband Derek took a couple days off work and drove to Toronto because the developer of the technology was doing a presentation there at a conference. He went to the presentation and they mobbed the guy after the presentation. And I still remember I was taking care of the kids, whatever, working. Phone rings. It's Derek sitting on the Rainbow Bridge on his way back into the US. And he said, we're going to have to do this, Jill. And I'm like, what? He goes, there's really something to this. We're going to have to do this. So that's when we decided to start the company and come back to Fredericton.
And you know what's interesting about your move is that when a couple of years back I received an opportunity to leave the region and to lead the entrepreneurship program at another place, and my wife said, "You can go by yourself." and I was sat there. I was like, "What?" She said, "There is something in the water in Brunswick, and the longer you stay, it does something to you that you just simply fall in love
Yes.
with the region and the place." So when you say what you're saying, I might have been, I would have been, and I was possibly surprised when you first told me that. But now, as my kids are growing up, and based on what my wife said, that there is something in the water, I can see the people that grew up from the region, from the place, why they have such a strong affinity and such a strong bond about coming back, giving back, moving. Also, I totally get that pull and that attraction, even though you had mentally decided that, yes, we have left the region, we have formed a new place. And so I get that. Now you came back, you started building the company.
Yeah.
So tell me a little bit about the ups and downs of that.
So I call the journey early on when you start a company, it's like a roller coaster ride. The only way if you know it's okay is if even though you're going up and down, it's kind of trending up. And that's what it did for us. It takes a long time. It takes twice as much money and twice as much time as you ever think it's going to when you start. But you can do it, and you can do it right here in Fredericton. I mean, we have an international business. All our clients are outside of Canada, and we're doing it right here from Fredericton. So anybody can do it if we can do it.
I know you say that, but like you said, takes twice as much money, and maybe not twice as much, but quadruple the amount of effort, energy, and all of those things and sacrifices. And why I admire and respect you so much is that you moved your family, a young family at that time, and started a new, took this huge risk to move, but you had a family structure to support. So you had all those things, but then you build a successful company that's doing incredibly well globally. Then Jill Green decides.
What am I thinking, right?
and I'm not sure you remember. I came to see you to talk about what we're doing in the program, and then I heard Jill Green, and you told me, Dhrendra, I am going to be stepping into politics.
Yes.
So tell me. So tell me, tell me about Jill Green and what went through your mind that you moved from there into politics.
Okay. So you know me pretty well. I am a problem solver. And I was watching the federal government. They were trying to put in new taxation rules for small business. And I could see it was not a good idea. And they didn't understand the consequences of what they were doing. It was a really short time frame. Anybody could comment on it. It was ridiculous in the summertime. And then they were implementing them before they would ever have a chance to read any reviews from anybody or anything anybody had to say. So I didn't like that very much. And then I was also watching our provincial government spend money like it was going out of style. And I know we don't have any money. We're like the poorest province in Canada, but we were spending it like we were, I don't know, just throwing it everywhere, and it wasn't making any sense. So, you know me, A, I'm an optimist, and B, I'm not a complainer. So if I feel like I need to complain about something, I try to do something about it. I'm not going to sit here and whine. I'm going to try to do something about it. So the only thing I could think to do was run for politics so I could actually have a say in it. So I did. I ran in 2018. I lost by just a little tiny bit, but I felt like I wasn't quite finished yet. And so when this election was called, I wasn't, anyway, I decided to go for it again. And I had to do a nomination again. So that delayed me about a week, and we only had a 4-week window. Yeah. But my guys didn't tell me, but they were building the signs already before the nomination was over. So the signs started going up the minute I won the nomination.
Oh, well, that primarily showed what a great team you have and the commitment they have towards you. And so a little bit, I know we only have a few more minutes. I wanted to talk to you and get your insight about the vision you see, obviously about your new role as the Minister of Transportation and Infrastructure. So what you see your the new role and your outlook for the region and our province, and that is going to be the final conversation I want to have with you.
Well, I moved back here because I think New Brunswick is the best place in the world to live and bring your family up in. And I remember, so I won the election, and I got a phone call on Monday night, and I knew the cabinet appointments for the next day. I actually was watching a movie with my husband and my daughter and my billet daughter. We've got another young lady from Edmonton living with us this winter. And we're just watching a movie and not paying any attention. I come out, and there's like 4 messages on my phone. People have been calling me. Apparently, you're supposed to be sitting there waiting for the premier to call. I wasn't. I was enjoying a movie with my family. Anyway, so the phone rings again. It's the premier. And he said, what does every young engineer want to do if they had their choice? And I said, DTI? And he said, you got it. You're the Minister of Transportation. And I'm like, that night I was just over the moon. I could barely sleep. And, but I mean, that's the best job in the world. And so I started right away. I went into head office and I started walking around talking to the people. And we have an incredible team at DTI. And the energy is awesome. And I'm so excited. I mean, we are the project managers for all the construction projects for New Brunswick. We are responsible to provide a safe transportation network to the people in this province and the people traveling through our province. And wow, what a team we have to do it. And I can't wait. Yes, I can see changes in the future, but good things like treating our customers the best way we can, building the best infrastructure, the safest infrastructure. And, you know, we have a really fantastic premier. We have a stable government now for 4 years. So we can do good stuff and do it in a fiscally responsible way. And I'm so excited to be part of the next 4 years to make things better for New Brunswick.
Thank you, Gerald. Thank you so much. Any leaving comments that you want to make towards the young people that are looking at opportunities, looking at leadership, looking at are in the pandemic and thinking about any sort of core messages that you want to leave for our community and the young people, in particular young leaders?
Don't let anybody ever tell you no. There's always a way. just find the pathway around. Engineers solve problems, so just solve the problem, figure your way around it. Don't let anybody put you in a box. Make sure you're outside of the box, and yeah, just do it. Everybody can do it. You can do it if you really want to do it. But stay positive.
Oh,
Be happy. You got to enjoy it.
and you know, that's one thing. After the election results were announced, your unique smile that I am so used to seeing. And you posted a picture, and I said that is so cool, and that is the real deal. And Jill, that we are so grateful to have a leader like you in our community. And thank you very much for doing what you're doing and inspiring all the young people in all the right ways.
Thank you, Durandra. I'm
Thank
so
you.
glad you're my friend.
Thank you so much. Happy Thanksgiving.
Yes.
Have a wonderful time with the family and everything. Thank you.
Thank you, Durandra.
Take care. Cheers.
Well, thank you very much to the Honorable Jill Green and to Dr. Durandra Shukla for that fireside chat that was recorded earlier. It was on this weekend. Fortunately, Minister Green was able to find some time for us. We really appreciate it. Some lessons learned there. Just fantastic advice for young people in how to innovate and how just not to give up on yourself. Really appreciate that conversation. Globalization. What does this mean for us? Lynette Gillen, Vice President of Trade and Finance for RBC Royal Bank, is here to tell us more. Lynette is responsible for leading trade finance across all platforms, from commercial banking through to capital markets. Her team supports Canada's largest companies in growing outside of Canada and mitigating the risks inherent in global expansion. Join me now in welcoming Lynette Gillen to the stage.
Good morning, everybody. Hopefully, I'm doing a quick sound check. I'm going to assume everything's working as it should. I'm so pleased to be here with all of you this morning. I understand that we have people joining from all over the world, which is very exciting. Yes, my name is Lynette Gillen, and I lead trade finance for RBC Royal Bank. We're Canada's largest bank, and we are the 12th largest bank globally. So I thought I'd start by just quickly describing what I do, because for those of you who are students in business or finance, trade finance might be an area of interest and something that you might want to explore further, but really understanding what it is something I thought I would delve into a bit. So, and it was interesting hearing Jill earlier talk about how her business is global. When someone does business inside of Canada, there's a number of local country protections in place, like legal protections. So, for example, if a business ships a product within Canada and doesn't get paid, they're going to work within the Canadian legal system to make sure that they get their payment. Let's say that you've got a Canadian business and they're building a pipeline in Canada. Maybe one of their subcontractors doesn't do their work as agreed, or something goes wrong in that transaction. The legal system is going to be there for these businesses to help resolve the issue. But all of that changes when businesses start to do work outside of Canada. The important thing is that it is important that Canadian businesses do business outside of Canada. As all of you know, in terms of size and population, globally, Canada is a relatively small country. So if businesses only focus on Canada, they're not going to be able to gain the customers and the scale that they need in their business to be competitive. Without scale, products are expensive. So it's important that we continue to support businesses in doing business outside of Canada. So what does trade finance do? We're all about protecting businesses when they're doing work outside of Canada. What my team does is my team makes sure that when a company ships millions of dollars worth of equipment to India, that company gets paid. My team will make sure, let's say you've got a Canadian drilling company out of Newfoundland that accepts a contract in Saudi Arabia. We make sure that that the advice is provided to these companies in terms of how do you work with local contractors, how do you work within the systems in Saudi Arabia, and how do you make sure everything gets done on time and on spec. Furthermore, I'd say that trade finance is a great place. Jill mentioned problem solvers, great place for problem solvers, great place for people who have a curious mindset, great place for people with critical thinking abilities. So with that, let's dive in. We will move to the second slide and just talk about what we'll briefly chat about this morning. What I'm going to do is share with you the current point of view, firstly, of the thought leadership team at RBC on what the immediate future may look like. The team's thoughts, I find also, for me personally, they really resonate. And we're going to focus in three areas. What does Globalization 2.0 look like in the near term? What industries or sectors do we believe are going to do well in this new environment? And finally, what are the skills and capabilities that people like you, everyone who's here at this conference, what do businesses, and what do governments need to develop in terms of their capabilities to be able to thrive in the new environment? So we will move to the next slide and talk a bit about globalization. It's not going away. We see it modifying in the near term, but it's not going away. And you can see that in this graph. In fact, Canada-China trade flows actually increased over the past 6 months. Supply chains around the world over years have become deeply integrated, and there's very good reasons for that. Those reasons are still compelling. The reasons for a country and for a business to be globally diversified and to go global are as relevant right now as they were 12 months ago. We know that when businesses expand and take advantage of global opportunities, they are far more competitive. We know that they experience increased innovation, and we know that global businesses have increased productivity. So what you can see on this graph here is that if you're, I think you're able to see it. Through March and April, certainly huge disruptions in trade flows in Canada. So you see that V happening there. But look at the bounce back that happened over June and July. It was substantial. So we expect that trade is going to continue to be choppy, but it's largely recovered. Going to be choppy. The rest of the economic and the trade recovery we see as being a bit more gradual than that big bounce back. We've all seen the news that there's some escalating concerns right now about virus spread. So, we could see another round of stringent containment measures, both at home and abroad. But the main message here is that globalization is here to stay. I will touch a bit on what some of the near-term shifts we anticipate seeing will likely be. But this black swan event, we see that we're too integrated and the benefits are too great to actually dial back globalization relationships and global relationships too far. So we'll move to the next slide in terms of the shifts that we're seeing with globalization post-COVID. We're actually seeing a shift to countries being more selective about where they're going to strategically support businesses within their countries in growing their supply chains. We're also seeing an increased focus on technology as a strategic priority and more government interventions. So two examples of that are what's happening right now in North America with TikTok and the Huawei cases. There's just more of that. It's sort of a short-term kind of a regionalization. China also appears to be pivoting inwards with a strategy to develop domestic technology more than ever, and to attract global investment for domestic technology. China's inbound foreign investment was up 18% in August over 2019. So global investors are still seeing China as a great place to place their money. Other examples of this strategic shift that we're seeing around the globe include Japan, India, Australia, working to repatriate factory production back home. We see countries like South Korea and Taiwan looking at increased intellectual property protection. So these are some near-term effects. From a regional trade perspective, we are seeing a growing pressure in North America to reduce trade with China. But as I mentioned earlier, it's actually increased during the pandemic. Canadian imports from China grew over 33% from February to July of 2020. Exports to China from Canada rose 21%. During that time, with that growth with China, trade with Europe and the US was actually relatively flat. So in terms of regionalization, as governments look to re-engineer their supply chains and support national or regional production, we do see in the near term that they may use policies, things like if you're a region like North America, potentially looking at carbon taxes that may have an impact outside of your region to try to limit purchases from select suppliers. But again, we see that as something more of a near term. The third trend that we're seeing is more buy local initiatives. That certainly has an impact in terms of how we trade as well. Number of governments have launched campaigns in this regard. We've seen this in Ontario and BC, Quebec as well. And in a recent survey asking Canadians, 80% of Canadians said that they're actually more likely to buy a product if they know that it is a Canadian brand. So moving forward, let's talk a little bit about who the potential winners in this new world could be. Who's going to do well in Globalization 2.0? So I'd like to start this with sharing a short video clip about a client of RBC that has done well in this new environment. Let's hear their story.
AG Hair has been around for just over 30 years. We're distributed throughout North America and in several countries throughout the world. Prior to the pandemic, we were just on the verge of launching in Europe. Essentially, COVID-19 stopped us dead in our tracks. My name is Graham Fraser.
And I'm Michelle Matthews. Mid-March was when basically everything, I would say, kind of ground to a halt.
We were staring into the abyss. You know, it really was that drastic. Obviously, survival was top of mind. The call had gone out from government to Canadian companies to say, what can you do? So we realized we had a unique opportunity.
We've been producing gels for the past 30 years, and we realized that we could very easily manufacture hand sanitizer.
We essentially switched all of our manufacturing over to the production of the hand sanitizer. And what would normally take anywhere from 9 to 15 months to develop a product, we accelerated that to essentially 6 weeks. All in the mindset of getting the hand sanitizer to frontline workers, essential services. And we started to sell on our own .com business and got into other channels of retail business that were not traditional channels for us.
We really leveraged one of our key belief statements. We believe collaboration is the key to our success, and that meant with our people, our customers, our support, it was about collaboration across the board.
RBC, they helped us with stability and security from a financial perspective. They really embraced the pivot that we were doing. We said it was exhilarating and exhausting all at the same time. It's our first quarter of our fiscal year, and we're going to be up over 30% over prior years. What was born out of necessity really turned into an incredible expansion opportunity for us.
Excellent. We weren't able to continue the video towards the end there, but the exciting thing about this company and AG Hair is that they were able to turn on a dime. And they were talking about that need to, as all the salons were closing, what do? We're on the brink. I note the quote that really stands with me is that they felt like they were looking over the edge into this precipice, and that they weren't going to survive. And at that moment, they were able to shift everything, all their manufacturing processes, everything that they had thought was important. They shifted and have actually been able to grow as a result of all of that change that they made through this environment. Another personal thing that really personally resonated with me are the importance of being able to make that shift very quickly. I'm on the board of a large regional hospital here in Ontario. And in November of 2019, so, we're talking less than 12 months ago, I was part of a strategy session, a couple of days of brainstorming on strategy. I was also on the subcommittee for strategy for the board. And we spent so much time and money with strategy consultants, hours discussing what the next 5 years would look like. Typically in these sessions, you do a lot of scenario planning. So we went through every possible scenario and discussed, what we needed to be prepared for. Less than 12 months ago, and the idea of a pandemic never came up. Strategy work is important, but the recent winners, like an AG Hair, are not the businesses or institutions that had the best strategy. They are the ones that were able to mobilize and move fast. That ability to mobilize and move fast is all about the right internal culture. The future winners will be those people, businesses, and countries that have a culture and a way of being that is highly adaptable and can be quick. Now, RBC does have a point of view on general trends and industries that will likely do well, and I'll touch on that. But the real winners, despite their industry, are going to be those that have a culture that embraces empowering the entire workforce, encouraging everyone to look beyond how things are done today in the pursuit of constant excellence, and therefore have the ability to change on a dime when necessary. Move to the next slide. So, when we think about industries that are well placed to thrive in this new environment, I'd like to begin by thinking about 3 areas where we've seen significant shifts, and that's in how we work, how we shop, and how we travel. So with regards to how we work, most Canadians, when asked, say that they prefer a blend of the past. So that could have been a past with long commutes and being full-time in the office, blended with our present, which is primarily where we're working from home. Maybe there's limited travel and limited in-person interactions. We're seeing a future of blended models of home offices and office homes. That's going to require employers to invest in distributed tools and technologies to retain talent and enhance productivity in that new environment. We see this leading to new agreements between employers and employees to share the costs and the benefits of home-based work models. We also anticipate that there will be an increased need for more workplace personal protective equipment and certainly office reconfigurations to accommodate more flexible work arrangements. So now we'll move to the next slide where we'll talk about how we shop and how that's changed. Interestingly enough, consumer spending during this time has not declined. In fact, it's just shifted. In fact, Canadians spent 3% more this July than they did in the last July. But where they're spending is changing. We saw increases in food, we saw increases in home improvements, golf, lotteries, hobby stores, all those things that you do at home were positively impacted by this. Things like in-person entertainment. So think about concerts and festivals, restaurants. Unfortunately, they all did remain challenged. Bricks and mortar businesses, malls, they're going to remain challenged. This may even extend into grocery models that don't focus on having a great consumer experience and having that neighborhood convenience. We've also seen that consumer loyalty is at play. In the US, 36% of consumers tried a new brand or product during the course of the crisis. You go online, you've got access to more. We're trying new things because the world is available to us. We also see that it's going to be important for retailers and brand companies to really invest in data analytics. That way, they can connect with shoppers before they begin shopping, improve the overall consumer experience, and create that exceptional experience in a digital world. So finally, if we move to the next slide, we'll talk about how travel has changed. And we've all certainly been involved in this. As we know, there's been an absolute collapse in international travel. Global flight frequency is actually down 47% year over year, and it's not projected to return to pre-crisis levels until at least 2024. Overseas visitors to Canada dropped 95% from Q1 to Q2. And although we were tourists at home, tourism spending did fall. It fell 14%, and tourism GDP fell by 15%. What Canadians are saying is that they are significantly less likely to even travel to another province. And 63% of those that would travel to another province have said that they would much rather drive than fly. Only 32% of Canadians right now are willing to stay in a hotel or a resort, and 10% would consider a cruise in future. So what's growing? Staycations, strong growth in recreation product sales, things like pools, hot tubs, trampolines, bicycles. That's been strong, and we anticipate that will continue to grow. We're seeing a rise in road trips. As well, growth in real estate that is in smaller centers, but close to larger communities. So things like a small cottage, we're seeing growth in that area. We should also see some demand in localized adventures. So people who can create an experience, like a rural experience, localized adventures and experiences. And again, those big events of the past, we see that there's going to be less demand for those moving forward. So those are some of the industries that we see thriving in this new environment. And what I'd like to finally talk about is the skills and the capabilities that that will be valued in this new world. I don't see this as much as a major change, but really an acceleration of disruption that's been occurring for a while now. Just like businesses, Individuals are going to need to be able to adapt to forces of change and adapt quickly. Future employment is going to mean shifts in careers. So that ability to be able to shift a career, to be able to shift a complete line of business moving forward is going to be necessary. So that high degree of mobility between jobs, what's needed to be able to do that, and you can see on this chart here, are foundational skills. And what this chart shows is the skills and capabilities that employers are looking for now. And what you see are those foundational broad skills. Active listening, number one. Critical thinking, the ability to persuade through speech and writing. Those are the things that employers value and will continue to value moving forward. And as I mentioned, it's been like that for a while, but really it's an acceleration of that. So if we move to the next slide, you know, in terms of what to focus on, we do know that more than 25% of Canadian jobs will be heavily disrupted by technology in the coming decade. We expect that fully half of these jobs will go through a significant overhaul of all of the skills that are required to do them. So even jobs like being a coder are being disrupted because, you know, as you think about artificial intelligence, as it improves, computers are going to be able to code themselves when you've got such a specific skill. So as mentioned, an assessment of 20,000 skill rankings across 300 occupations. There are job openings that we're expecting. We expect 2.4 million job openings moving forward in Canada. But what do they need? They need those foundational skills referenced earlier, like social perceptiveness, complex problem solving. So the good news is, over the next 4 years, we expect the development to the Canadian economy is going to be adding over 2.4 million jobs. That's the good news, and it will require the mix of skills that you see here. The key is that Canada's education system, our training programs, our government initiatives need to keep pace with being able to support development in those capabilities that are needed. Now, digital fluency, of course, it will be essential to all new jobs. This doesn't mean, though, that we need a nation of coders. What we need is to be adaptable, and we need to be digitally literate. We also see that virtually every job opening is going to place significant importance on judgment and decision-making. More than 2/3 will value the ability to manage people or the ability to manage resources. Our research does show that automation is going to change the skills that young people need. More than 1/4 of Canadian jobs will be heavily disrupted in the decade ahead. But the key for all of you and the key for young Canadians is to tap into those foundational skills that support job mobility. With that, you'll be able to make unexpected leaps. So as we move and really conclude the conversation this morning, and we'll move to the next slide. You know, we talked about the future of globalization. It's here to stay, but we're going to see some near-term shifts. We talked about some of the industries that should do well in the near term, and we talked about what employment could potentially look like for all of you. The overarching theme of these 3 areas is the importance of adapting quickly and always learning. This is the capability that can be that will be important, but the other key message is it can be developed. Like anything, developing a capability like that ability to be adaptable, it takes discipline, it takes practice, and it takes consistency. Every one of you today at this conference can continuously improve your adaptability. So my call to action for all of you would be to flex your adaptability muscle. And you can do that by taking risks and embracing learning. So I'd like you to think about what risk you could take this month. Maybe it's simply reaching out to someone that you admire for a virtual coffee. You know, in terms of embracing learning, you're doing that by being at this conference today. But I'd also encourage you to be broad and bold with your learning. Take a risk in learning by considering areas outside of those that are traditionally comfortable to you in terms of where you spend your time. So with that call to action, I'd like to thank you so much for including me in the conference today. And I am happy to take questions if anybody has any for me.
Thanks so much, Lynette, for such inspiring words. Those call to actions are brilliant. So now if people have any questions for Lynette, and thanks for joining us an hour early in our nation's capital. Very kind of you. Some of the stuff you said, I was writing notes as you were going through, and it was fantastic. I truly appreciate it. Does anybody have any questions? So thanks, Lynette. Sorry. I'm looking at it again. This is the nature of trying to do this online. I've got my cell phone. I've got 3 screens going. We have a Zoom call in the background. YouTube on that one. We're on StreamYard here. So does anybody have questions? While we're waiting, I've got a question for you, Lynette.
Sure.
What risk are you going to take?
Sorry, it was a bit fuzzy.
No, I said I just want to know what risk you're going to take and what learning you plan on embracing.
Oh, that's a great question. Wow, I didn't anticipate that one. I've taken, you know, just the last little while, even when I think within business, there were a lot of things that where we had to make decisions very fast and take some risks that normally we wouldn't have taken. But you know, if you want to, you just have to do it to make sure that things get done and your customers are looked after. So from a business risk perspective, for example, the business that I'm in is very heavily it's very paper oriented. And we had to, you know, you've got these situations where, so for example, getting documents to banks in India and there's no couriers running or anything. Like, what are you going to do? You gotta get it done, and you gotta figure out a new way to do it. And so you just dive in with new technologies and problem solve as you go through it. And knowing that, yes, we weren't able to do all of the risk mitigation that we normally would have done, but it worked. And in fact, I'd say that, you know, my personal reflection on all of that was, how do I make sure that what I learned during that beginning of COVID, I take with me? Like at that time, I was able to turn on a dime and take things that we were thinking we were going to be doing in a year or two, and we did them in a month. So how do you learn from that and moving forward, continue to be able to, it doesn't have to be in 2 years. It can be, you know, in 2 months if it needs to be, because we did it. Like, we should all be proud of ourselves. I'm sure at UNE you guys did it too. You did it. You got people online. Like, I can't imagine what it was like with the students and everything, and being able to do that. So so those are sort of the past risks. In terms of future risks, what I've been doing myself is really embracing learning that was outside of where traditionally I was. So I'm a finance person. So that's where a lot of my learning had been. And this is going to sound really goofy, but I've been really getting into like quantum computing and trying to learn what that's all about, because it was just an area that I thought was super interesting. And I can see that it's going to be something that, you know, grows moving forward. So all my reading, my podcasts, everything has been on that, even though I have never coded anything in my life.
Oh, that's fantastic. There are a few questions that are coming into the chat. One of the listeners has asked if it's possible to share the statistics for the future jobs in Canada. So we'll get those from you a little bit later. It just appeared on the bottom of the screen. Jonathan Kaloff has sent a question. To what extent does Lynette see the changes happening as simply an acceleration of the digital transportation? Sorry, let me try that again. As simply an acceleration of the digital transformation trend that was already happening?
Great question. Great question. And that's exactly what I see it as, is that this was, we saw, this has been happening for a while, where, you know, things that can be automated and things that computers can do. You know, I've been saying I've got 2 boys that are in their 20s. And I've been saying to them for a while now that, you know, if look at what you do. And if there's a high likelihood that a computer can do it, you've got to be nervous that there's the potential for disruption. But there are certain things that computers can't do. Computers are not great at empathy. They can, you know, maybe they can kind of show it in the background, but empathy, that active listening, that ability to think broadly and solve complex problems involving people and how people feel. So that emotional intelligence, those things are the things that computers are not going to be great at. And so we need to develop those. And the good news is you can develop it. It's not something that you either have or you don't have. You can get better at moving forward. So those are the things that we see accelerating a need for. It's not so much a change, it's just more important than ever. And what I'll share is we actually did a deep dive report for RBC. Supporting young people and the future of work is something that is very important to us. So we have a report that goes into detail on the future of work, the industries that are going to be, that are going to be great industries to consider. And so we'll share that with you so that you can share it with everybody that's at this conference today.
That's fantastic. Thank you. I've got 2 more questions here I'm going to jump to, and they're I don't know if they're softball questions or one of them. I know there is an answer to this, and I love it because it just came up on the chat. It says, with hard skills like coding, it's easy to demonstrate competence with their certificate, etc. But what about soft skills like active listening? How do you readily show your mastery to an employer? Oh, there it is.
That's a great question. And so maybe I'll talk about it. This also has to do with culture as well. So I'll talk about it in terms of how we're doing it at RBC. I think it actually starts with the employer knowing that part of how they work with performance and development should include those soft skills. So the key is, human resources is really shifting. It used to be you'd have sort of, you got to meet this target. So there's this number, there's, do this many widgets, whatever that is. And then, check, and we're going to give you some sort of a rating. That's all changing. It's certainly changed where I work, where how someone does their work is equally as important as the metrics that we see, or the, kind of check mark, and how people demonstrate that is by being thoughtful about the ability that they want to develop. So let's say that it's active listening, and that work with the organization to think about how you could demonstrate that. So maybe, for example, you agree to mentor somebody, and you have a goal around how that person that you're mentoring is able to proceed moving forward, and all of that is built into the development plan and performance. So I really see it as a partnership between the employer and the employee. The employer has to recognize that if you want those skills, you need to reward those skills. And you can do that by having it be part of the performance discussion. For the employee, in terms of how to demonstrate it, it's about taking ownership of thinking about specific actions that can be done. As I mentioned, it can be developed. So, I can think of a number of ways that someone could develop and show that they're an active listener. Mentorship is one of them. In the interactions that you have within, with your manager, demonstrating that you're asking strategic questions, that there's sort of that 80-20 rule, that rather than speaking most of the time, that it's really delving into where the other person is and understanding what they're doing. So I do think that it can be demonstrated. It's not as easy as a number, but again, it's also important that there be a partnership, and that the company, that the organization help the person to develop their plan so that they can demonstrate and grow it moving forward.
Listen, that is so fantastic, and I think we're going to wrap on that. Lynette, I truly appreciate you took us down the whole gamut, from the future economies, what to look for in new markets, new skill sets are needed, and jobs, and a couple of comments about the fact that you're diving into computing. Some fantastic stuff. There's a couple other questions that came in, but we'll share those with you afterwards. But I truly, on behalf of the committee here and the J. Herbert Smith Center, thanks so much for taking time out to join us today and being part of this session.
My pleasure.
All right.
Enjoy
take
the
care.
rest of the conference, everybody. Take care.
Perfect. Thank you so
Bye-bye.
very much. Bye now. So thank you so much to Lynette. We're now going to be jumping into our first panel. Just for everybody who's online, and if you're tweeting, or if you're on a social media platform, remember to use the hashtag future disrupted, and keep the conversation polite in the comments. It's been fantastic so far, so I really appreciate that. So as we're moving now, we are going to have a panel around economies. 2020 has seen a shift in the economic situation in many countries. Our first panel will discuss the economic impacts we've seen thus far. Please, I'd ask you to welcome to the stage our moderator, Karen May. Karen is the Director of Industry Research and Interim Director of Industry Partnerships at UPEI's new Faculty of Sustainable Design Engineering, and a friend to JHSC here at UMB. So Karen, thanks a lot for joining us from Prince Edward Island this morning.
Thanks a lot. This is really exciting. So yeah, we have a great panel this morning representing 3 continents, I see, from France, India, and Canada. So I'm really excited to hear from our panelists this morning.
Excellent. So we're going to have joining Karen, first up, Sam Poirier from here in Fredericton. Morning, Sam.
Morning, Don. Morning, Karen.
Secondly, Martin Kalnin from École des Ponts in business school in Paris. Salut, Martin. How are you, sir?
Cheers, everyone. Good to be here. Bonjour.
We also have Amy Lynn Patterson from RBC.
Good morning.
Hi, Amy Lynn.
Good morning.
Good morning. Muthu Singaram is joining us from Chennai, India. Hello, Muthu. How are you, my friend?
I'm good. How are you? Great to be
Excellent,
at least there online.
Yeah, thank you for joining us in the evening.
worries.
Finally, the last panelist is Mary Butler from here in Fredericton, from president of the New Brunswick Community College. I think. Maybe you have to kick me out so that she can be on. But with that, I am going to turn the panel over to Karen. Thank you very much, and I'm looking forward to hearing this discussion.
Great. Thanks a lot, Dominic. So yeah, I just wanted to start off. I wanted to give the panelists. Oh, hi, Mary. We have you now.
Good morning.
This is
Hi,
fantastic
Mary.
technology. Yeah, so I just wanted to give the panelists each maybe 30 seconds, if you could just give a brief introduction of what you're doing in your current role. Maybe I'll start in alphabetical order by last name. So Mary, do you want to go first?
Sure. I'm Mary Butler from New Brunswick Community College, and we're excited to be part of the conversation. Colleges were established as an economic development agent, born out of the Industrial Revolution, and though much has changed, you know, particularly in our economies, we believe that education is the key to decent work and economic growth. It fuels innovation, it reduces inequalities, and so we're really excited to be part of today's discussion.
That's great. Martin.
Well, first of all, thank you, Karen. I love the fact that you referred to France as a continent. That's we know this, but the rest of the world haven't quite caught up to that yet. So I'm glad that the secret is out. Thank you very much. Apart from that, so Martin Kalman, I'm Director of Executive Education at École des Ponts Business School. École des Ponts is actually one of the top engineering schools in Paris, in France, actually. And we've created quite a number of years ago, about 30 years ago, a business school with really the goal to bring not just economics but social value to what was and what still is in France to a large extent a largely technocratic view of economy and solving problems and dealing with the world as we know it. And so we try to play this role of bridging the engineering approach, the technical approach, to the more human approach, and creating some kind of social value that goes beyond pure economic value.
That's great. Amy Lynn.
Good morning, bonjour, Amy Lynn Patterson. Really pleased to join everyone today and be able to spend time with you and be in partners virtually. I'm the Vice President of Commercial Financial Services for RBC. I work really closely with businesses, business owners, clients in the community. So we have a whole team here in Western New Brunswick where I work. So a lot in the Fredericton market, St. John and around there. We've been spending a lot of time with business owners, definitely in these last 7 or 8 months. So outside of that, I'm also very involved in the community, both with economic development and just strengthening communities overall. So the innovation conversation is definitely one that I love to be part of. So thank you.
Thanks a lot. Sam.
Hi, everyone. Happy to be here. I'm happy that this conference is able to go on even virtually because I've been to it a couple times now. It's always been an awesome experience. So I'm Sam Fourier. I'm the CEO and one of the co-founders of Potential Motors. We're a Fredericton startup here that has been going for about 2.5, almost 3 years now, based in here. So we've gone through a couple different changes, but we primarily started off in converting vehicles to electric, and now we've moved into focus on developing AI-driven holistic software for electric vehicles. So through COVID over the past year, we've been able to grow our team to around 15, 16 people. And yeah, no, I'm excited to hear from everybody and join this panel.
That's great. And last but not least, we have Muthu from Madras.
Hi, thank you. I agree with Martin. I mean, our Prime Minister is going to be delighted that we're a continent now, and that's only 3 of them. So Canada, France, and India, and all 3 are best of friends. So Trump is not going to be too happy, but that's okay. We'll just have to live with it. So last 30 years or so, I've been working with startups and I continue to work with startups. And most of you in Fredericton, especially in UNB, have seen me many times in the last 10, 15 years. I used to come at least every quarter once. With this COVID now, I have not been able to come, so I was a little worried. How will I get on this panel? But Dominic got me on the panel anyway, sitting here many, many thousands of miles away. So currently I manage incubators, I advise them, I mentor them, and sometimes invest in some of the startups. So that's what I do. And as you can see, I'm at home and I made sure I'm comfortable. Thank you.
That's wonderful. So I'm really excited to hear from you guys today. So I guess I'll kick off with the first question. So 2020 has seen some of the worst environmental disasters on record. You know, we've seen a lot of wildfires in the US in particular. But in March, when the pandemic started, we also saw the return of some very positive environmental signs, like you know, air quality improved in many large cities and everything, and wildlife seems to be flourishing. So how has the current environmental situation shifted our views on environmentally friendly solutions? I'm wondering if anyone would like to start off the discussion.
I don't mind jumping in, Karen. I think it's interesting that when we talk about addressing climate change, sometimes that climate change or developing our economies as an either-or scenario, and quite often instead they're interlinked. And so that notion of either-or is not supported by the evidence. There was a recent World Employment and Social Outlook in 2018 that estimated that climate change threatens 1.2 billion jobs globally. And when countries were surveyed, they really highlighted that imbalances persist between the skills offered and those needed for the green transition. And they really emphasized the role that skills institutions play in making sure that we're teaching the right skills and competencies so that we can make that transition and protect those jobs and protect those vulnerable populations. And so I think it is that interrelation between social and economic development and climate change where we're going to find our impetus for action. You know, there's been suggestions that the global shutdown this year was going to cause a reduction in emissions, but that's not based on changes in practice or sustainable adoption of sustainable practices. And so we've got to think beyond short-term knee-jerk reactions and think strategically and proactively about what are those long-term solutions and what role do each of us, I represent an education institution today, play in that economic and environmental change. So we're really excited, and we think that it's kind of akin to what we've gone through as an institution, that there's been this artificial change that's happened. We've moved virtually in response to public health guidelines. That again is a reaction, but what is the deeper long-term sustainable model that we can create to ensure that we're providing the labor force that the future economy demands of us?
All right, maybe I can bounce off of that. And I'd take it a step further. It's not just the skills we're missing. And this maybe ties into what the previous speaker was talking about. I think it's a mindset shift that really needs to happen. We have the skills. They might not be in the right places. And it's interesting to see the difference actually between North America and Europe, despite all the problems in Europe of where we're going to source these skills. But more than what I'm not seeing is the shift in mindset. And that's what has me worried. We're still trying to, we know that this sustainability question, this climate change question is an adaptive challenge. It does not have a technical solution. We can address some of the problems technically, we can have some little bits of solutions here and there, but the overall issue here is way too complex, it's way too systemic. We are way too caught up in our own anthropocentric vision of things, not to mention culturally centric vision of things, that I'm not sure we even have the capability of seeing what is emerging as potentially new system, as potentially new ways of doing business, as potentially new ways of creating economic value, social value, of understanding what is an asset and what are the different kinds of assets out there, whether it's a natural assets, whether it's natural resources, whether it's, once again, harking back to what was said previously, how do you value emotional intelligence in a company? So what I'm not seeing, and what has me worried, to tell you the truth, is the fact that ever since COVID has kind of died down, it's now picking up again in many parts of the world. I don't see a lasting change. I don't see people having really changed the way they look at things and asking the deeper questions. I see people trying desperately to get back to the way it was before, more than anything. And honestly, that has me a little bit scared.
So I'm wondering, what would your perspective be coming from India?
I guess everyone just wants to make money. That's the first problem, right? So no one is bothered about the environment. They just do whatever they want. So unfortunately, I think that's the case in many parts of the world. And I think, I mean, we could always say going online helps, but I think it also makes it negative. I don't think the pandemic would have been such a big issue. I mean, don't get me wrong, it is an issue, but it's probably not as a bigger issue as the digital media has made it to sound. And if you take a look at, and especially in India, for example, I think they're doing fairly a good job, because for example, in India, everyone lives only in the cities. So the density is very high in the cities. So newspaper loves to write bad stories, and especially Indian press, they love to just write negative things because that sells news. So to answer your question, I think unless we all become less selfish, we're not going to solve any of this problem. And I remember many, many years ago when I was still living in the UK, Prince Charles had visited Malaysia. And at that time, the minister took him for a little tour in Sarawak. Sarawak, some of you would know, is Borneo, part of Borneo, where there's a lot of this forests. And they were chopping all the forests down. So, and in the end, Prince Charles says to the minister, "What is it you are cutting all these trees?" But the response from the minister was, "Your Highness, we will stop cutting the trees if you give us some money," because the only way these people were getting any income was actually chopping these trees and making furniture and so on. I'm not saying who's right or wrong, but he's right. And I think Prince Charles was like, he didn't know how to respond, because what he said was actually reality. And another time when I was working for the Malaysian government, how to expand internet. This is in, I think, 2003, 2004, when I was advising them. And I was sent to Sabah, which is the top half of Borneo. So the chief minister comes along, he sits down. My colleague had lived most of his life in Australia. He was Chinese, and he was really happy. He came with me, and we both sat down and spoke to him about Wi-Fi. He got really angry with us. He threw the chair, and we both like looking at him. He says, "It's easy for both of you to come from Kuala Lumpur and talk about Wi-Fi when we don't even have water here." And he looks at me and he says, "What did we do?" I says, "We better leave now before he throws the chairs at us," because, it is all the necessity of that time for him was water and electricity. So it's really, really where we come from, what we're doing, I think makes a difference to answer that question.
It's interesting.
Yeah.
So I'm wondering, it sounds like what I'm hearing around the panel is that you don't think that we're quite there in terms of green solutions becoming the norm. But I'm wondering, Sam, you come from the automotive industry. Like, what are you seeing there?
Yeah, so I might have a bit of a more optimistic view in a sense on it in that respect, because I think, one of the reasons that we started Potential Motors to begin with was because of the fact that governments are starting to pay attention to these pieces and these factors when it comes to environmental impacts. Like Germany, for example, they have bans in place that are going to be affecting millions of diesel and gas vehicles that came into place in the last 2 years. And then California in the last couple of weeks just announced bans on, in the next 15 years, completely banning the sale of gas and diesel vehicles. So, I think that's mostly being driven by, one, the massive environmental problems that are coming up. And the fact is that, the consumer is starting to pay attention to that. The average person is starting to see that this is an issue and there needs to be some way, or somebody needs to start doing something in that. And I think finally it's getting to a point where the automotive industry, at least in that space, is listening to that. There's massive investment going into electric vehicles now. I think over the last 6 months, there's been a complete shift in mindset in that, where it's been basically confirmed that that is going to be the future, foreseeable future of automotive. So I don't know, I'm a bit more optimistic in that sense that we are moving towards the right direction. People are starting to put a lot more effort into this because I think it's a pressing issue that more people are thinking about now. And there is the technology there to be able to support a lot of it, especially when it comes to automotive anyways.
That's interesting. And so Amy Lynn, you come from the banking industry. And I'm just wondering from your perspective, so how has the latest disruption forced us to adopt new technologies? And what are you seeing from both the banking side and the client side?
Sure. Yeah. Thanks, Karen. And I'll just say thanks to everyone else for starting off the conversation on the effects of environmental disasters, climate change. I think I'm a little bit more on the same side as Sam, that I think that this conversation connects us all, right? We're talking about food security, air quality, energy, clean water. Like, those are all things that are important to us. And I know just recently the United Nations even shared some really important statistics about, those 11,000 disasters, or 2 million deaths, and $3.6 trillion in economic losses. So to Martin's point about changing mindset, hopefully the numbers speak to that and really get us to start thinking. So actually, to answer your question, I mean, the disruption has definitely forced new technologies, and I think also new ways of working with those technologies. So I can touch on RBC, and I can also touch on our clients as well. For RBC, the primary one early on was just the physical to digital impact, right? Sending everyone home, people working from home who never worked from home before. And we were on this journey of trying to be more digital than ever. So we were really focused on being a digitally enabled relationship bank. And thank goodness that was our focus for the last several years, because it helped us pivot really quickly. The second thing was speed. So I think all of us can say that the speed that we had to react just was way different than anything we'd been accustomed to, definitely for an organization the size of RBC. To give some context, stuff like the facilitation of the government programs, that would have definitely taken months, maybe even years, to figure out some of those programs in the past. And we just did that in a matter of weeks, found a way to do it digitally, use our online banking platform to be able to apply and fund those applications, and work with the government really closely on that. Same with lots of organizations, making sure there's PPE and supplies in branches to protect clients and our teams. And then other stuff that you don't really think about, like one big thing that I thought was amazing was how we loosened our guidelines around charitable organizations. We're very stringent about how we, contribute to the community. And we had to pivot really quick and say, like, we need charities to keep their doors open. And we changed that they could use those funds for operating costs, for example. And then the other theme was around communication. So just constant communication internally, daily, weekly meetings, and then constant communication out in the community and helping, especially business owners as well. So the digital disruption just pushed us years ahead. I think we were on our way, but really forced us to get there and to be able to react and even some of the great tools that we had available for businesses. So Lynette talked about, our clients going global. So we have a great tool around Go Global to help clients get into new markets. We really had to make sure that was available and ready to use for clients. RBC Insight Edge can enable using our data to help businesses make decisions. So we needed to get that available and into the client's hands. And then, things like digital signature and just leveraging technology differently. So overall, just a big change in how we did things. And I would say for customers, it was the exact same thing. So, having that unprecedented impact and really looking at some businesses who adapted really quickly and based on their industry, like Lynette talked about, they went to producing protective equipment, or maybe testing or helping in the demand for some of those goods that needed to get out to the market. So that's one experience businesses are having, and others are having a bit more of a hard time. So regardless of the situation, I would say, shift to digital, same as us. They're dealing with that and trying to be as productive as possible and efficient as possible in this new environment. Definitely transitioning to less dependency on face-to-face. So we can see that impact. And then the focus on employees. I think more than ever, businesses are really on keeping employees safe, retaining talent, developing talent, and just dealing with fatigue, mental illness, and taking care of people. So I would say that's some of the shifts that not only the technology has demanded, but how we work with that technology too.
That's great. So, I mean, you mentioned like COVID-19 obviously was a big disruptive force this year. A few other developments in North America. So we've seen there's a lot of social and racial tensions, like Black Lives Matter in the States. And another effect, of course, of COVID has been huge job losses in some areas too. So given these sort of factors, these really disruptive factors, I'd like to reach out to the panelists to say, do you think that, North America and the world can bounce back from this? And how long are we talking? Is this months, years? Maybe, Martin, would you like to start us off on that one?
How did I get singled out on this one? To me, it's a really complex question. And, on the one hand, I hear what Amy said, and I agree, and it's beautiful to see this, this outpouring of creativity that so many companies, that so many individuals, that so many entrepreneurs have done to survive. And so that when you look at that, and you look at this outpouring of creativity and ingenuity, you say, well, yeah, of course, we're gonna climb out of this hole and find a solution. And at the same time, at what cost has that come? Once again, I was talking about cultural centrism a little while ago, because yes, we've saved jobs and we've saved lives in France, in the West, in the developed West. At what cost to the rest of the world? When the UN numbers are quite striking, and clearly, as always, we have kind of exported part of the pain, part of the pollution, part of whatever you call it, to the less developed world. And so once again, to me, it goes back to this fact that yes, we are very good at protecting and sustaining the current model. We are not so good at truly challenging it and trying to explore, and I wish I had the solution. I'm not saying I have the solution, but trying to explore other ways of doing things, a broader vision that maybe does take into account that, saving our job, if it is at the cost of someone else's life on the other side of the continent. It's never that direct. It's never that simple. I know I'm oversimplifying, but I'm trying to get an idea across. Maybe we need to take that into account. Maybe there is another way of accounting for that. And maybe we have a broader responsibility. So once again, I've been tagged the French pessimist, I guess. This is it. Sorry, but we do have good wine. That makes up for it.
No, this is great. I'm more to, on that note, what would you say coming from India? Like, what would your view be on this? Can we bounce back from this? And, how long do you see it taking in your part of the world?
I think everyone will get back to normal, because I can see a lot of people now that I hang out with say that, hey, we can't just sit at home. Let's, I do random coming in. So even I have not gone out of the house for 7 months, by the way. I've been sitting at home for the last 7 months. Now I feel like I don't miss anything, but I think it's time that I do take a trip to the incubator maybe once or twice a week, just for the sake of it, because I can't be living, the rest of my life sitting in a house. Even though I'm not, to be fair, I'm not like many people. I'm actually not bothered at all. I'm quite happy because I've been doing this for 10 years, working remotely, because I work out. Some work I do in Canada, some work in Malaysia, Singapore, and out here as well. So, I mean, for me, it's not a big issue, but I think those who've been traveling would find it difficult. Like, for example, if I had to come to Fredericton today, I would have had to leave here on Wednesday. And I would have been on this panel for 20 minutes. Okay, I would have had a great time having a few beers with Durindra, Paul, and all my mates there. So we would have had a great time for the 4 days, have a great time, go out, check out the beer, do something. But I would have only been able to come back here on Monday, just for a 20-minute, conference. Rather, I would be speaking for 20 minutes. Like now today, the Indian cricket is on, which they're not playing in India. They're playing it in Dubai, Abu Dhabi, and so I will be able to watch it after I finish this, because that started at 7:30 Indian time. So that's around, so I'll be able to watch that. If I was in Fredericton today, I won't be able to follow that cricket. So I think for someone like me, I'm happy, but I don't think majority of the people are happy. But I've got a few points here. I think it's going to change the tax laws for a start. How are you going to tax people when you're doing a video? Where do you go and charge them for tax? So that's going to become extremely complicating. Taxation is going to become complicating. They're going to have legal issues, especially things like IP, because now we are all working across online. So where do we go and get these results? So I think all that is an opportunity. Let's not look at it as a negative activity. It's an opportunity that we will be able to do. And I think my video is already frozen. So I think it's telling me not to speak anymore. So I'll let one of you add on to that.
It's good. At least we can hear you clearly. I think we're over time, but I just wanted to give Mary maybe a quick opportunity to comment, because you come from the post-secondary sector, and of course this had, there's been a huge disruption there. Do you see those, changes as lasting, or what's your view on that?
Well, there's this idea that we're all cups of tea, right? We're full to the brim, and whenever we get jostled, everything just spills over. And what we've seen in recent months is that all the inequalities and vulnerabilities that were in our collective mug are now spilling out, and we can't ignore them. We've seen deepening inequality for women, for youth, for low-wage workers. Women's labor market participation is much more precarious than we thought it was 10 months ago. In fact, 1 in 3 Canadian women considered quitting their job due to pressures related to the pandemic. And this is just one of many disruptive forces that we are yet to face. There's also that social distancing and remote work, while it created new capabilities in terms of online and virtual service delivery and things like that, which created access for many and advantages, it also deepened inequalities and created disadvantage some people. Like Mutu said, if you're talking to someone who now healthcare is delivered virtually, and yet I don't have access to internet, now that creates a disadvantage for me. I think we're going to need, as Lynette said, we're going to need to help people upskill and reskill quickly. And the idea that post-secondary education is something you can do just one time to begin your career, I don't think serves us well anymore. I think it's a nearly obsolete model, and we need to think of individual career trajectories much like we do a highway. Right now, there are too few incentives and a lot of structural barriers for people coming off the highway for the purposes of reskilling, a quick pit stop to the gas station, and too few on-ramps for those displaced workers or people who need to move across jobs, across employers, across sectors. So that's the big disruption that me and my colleagues, not only at NBCC, but across the country, and I think around the world, are all grappling with, is how do we get skills and education right in this new context? And it's not just this, but we know that we were already facing technological advancements and disruptions that were causing the redesign of work, and thus the reverse engineering back to us in terms of how do we create programs that keep pace with the changes. And I think that was one of the things that Lynette highlighted as well, is that managing the pace and the acceleration. So there's lots of work to do, and we do believe the economy can bounce back, but we can't do it at the expense of leaving people behind, as Martin said.
Okay, great. So I've just been told that we have a little bit more time, which is great. So I'm wondering, I'd like to reach out to some of the people I haven't been able to hear from as much because we're a little bit rushed. But I'm wondering, maybe Sam, could you talk about, like from the perspective you're running a startup company and everything, what do you see as the implications of COVID-19 on the new working normal? Like, how has your company had to adapt?
It's definitely been interesting. I think Martin put it right that people are trying to go back to normal, but the fact is that I think there isn't going to be a normal the same way that it was before. Like companies like ourselves, we have to adapt and be, in general, we're just going to work different than we have in the past. So I'm talking with different government organizations that help us along the way, and government is typically, slow to move through the process. And even now, the amount of speed that they've picked up in terms of the way that they work is completely different. Like they're starting to use tools like we've been using for last several years, and other companies have been using for several years. So I mean, I think in that regard, it's almost great to see that things are starting to move quicker in that sense. It's definitely been a bit tough though. I mean, it's a complete transition to online work, and that means for a while, no in-person face-to-face collaboration. But I think what we realized is that there can be a healthy balance of both now, especially where in Fredericton, we're lucky enough that things have opened up a bit where you can start doing a bit of a mix of online work and in-person work. And I think the reality is that there's benefits to both sides of it. Like it's been shown that people are really productive actually working at home. So being able to, learn from what has happened over the last 6 months and kind of take some of the parts of it that actually turned out to be stuff that you may not have once thought were, beneficial in some ways, like working from home and being remote and things like that, for a lot of people, it sounds like a scary idea to not be in the office all the time. But the reality is that there's some benefits to that stuff in terms of flexibility. We're talking about the environmental impact before. I mean, the fact that people don't have to drive into the office every day, like the amount of savings in terms of, CO2 going to the atmosphere is just ridiculous, not to mention time savings. So I think it's obviously it's there's not going to be the same normal and the same working environment that we had in the past, but maybe that's a good thing, I guess.
Amy Lynn, I'm wondering from your perspective, you work with a wide variety of clients. So you'd have, smaller businesses like Sam's, Potential Motors, and then you'd have, some very large clients as well. I mean, which sort of people or companies, I guess, do you see being most affected by what the changes that have gone on in 2020?
Yeah, I think everyone is the quick answer. I think that we've all seen how quickly everyone was impacted at the beginning, and then kind of the shift to adapt. It definitely did happen by industry a little bit. So if I share some context, for example, a lot of clients in the real estate space, especially in a place like Atlantic Canada, where we're a little bit more open, like Sam said, there's actually a lot of investment going into real estate and in infrastructure and developing communities. So, that's one that is kind of reacted differently, but at the same time, they're dealing with the impact of rent and, working on the programs and making sure that their tenants are doing well too. So that would be one. We talked earlier, I think it was Lynette talked a little bit about the impact on those businesses that depend on face-to-face. So, and I mean face-to-face from a client context, just like RBC. So, we're used to doing business in that face-to-face environment. So, like the retail industry, definitely the restaurant space, so quickly had to pivot and find a way to move to takeout and find ways to be innovative and really a lot of times even learn how to collect funds differently because they were so used to people paying on the spot. So that would be one. And then the other one would be what we saw in the video with Lynette around, manufacturing, supply chain, that space. Some have just had to completely get into the space of PPE, trying to help the country through this time. And then others just trying to move goods really quickly, like I touched on earlier, trying to make sure that that product and what Canadians and North Americans need are getting to where it needs to be. And I think every business is dealing with it differently, but you know, to touch on your earlier question, I don't know if it's really a matter of time about bouncing back. I think it's more about acceptance. Acceptance that, of course, we're going to bounce back. We are bouncing back, but things feel a little different. And, you know, these last 8 months have brought on, you know, more awareness about some really important issues and brought, you know, items to light that perhaps we were blind to or not comfortable talking about. And hopefully going through this is good for the future in some ways. But you know, if you check out our RBC COVID spending tracker online on our thought leadership site, you can see that consumer spending very strong. So, you know, obviously there was that dip in April and May, but it peaked in June and July, and it's still going up. And again, just here in September, we're actually seeing a 5% increase in consumer spending. So I would say we are bouncing back. It just feels different than what it was like before.
That's great. I think I've been told we need to wrap up now, but I really enjoyed talking to all of you guys today. This is really exciting for me because I see this is one of the benefits of, you know, the changes that have happened over the past year. And so, you know, it's not all doom and gloom from my perspective. There are things that happen, like having this really expert panel from around the world. And so I'm going to wrap up, I guess, maybe hand over to Dominic if he's in the background somewhere here. There we go. But thanks very much to all of you. I really enjoyed it.
Thank you very much, Karen.
Thanks, Karen.
That was just an amazing, just the discussion, and I truly appreciate, even with Mutu frozen in the middle of the screen, I know he can still hear us. So
Yeah,
thank you very much. He just wants to get back to the cricket, that's all. So thank you all so much. That was really, really insightful. Some great comments showing up in the chat as we went through. And Rockstar, I'm moderating that. Sam, thanks for joining us. Martin, thanks so much for being with us. Amy Lynn, Mary, and Mutu, all the best. And everybody take care. And thank you very much for being part of the Future of Innovation Disrupted. So the ability for us to be able to do this live sometimes comes with a fair few challenges. As you notice that we went a little long on that last panel, but we are so fortunate to have joining us today my very good friend, Dr. Bio Akuma. And Jade, if you wouldn't mind bringing Bio into the screen. Hello, brother.
Hello, brother. How you doing?
Excellent, thank you. And I apologize for doing it this way, but Bio has just had an extremely recent family member loss within the last hour, and still is taking time to be with us. So my heart goes to you and your wife and your children and all of your family. Thank you. Please take our deepest condolences and thoughts and prayers.
Thank you, brother. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Yeah.
So, ladies and gentlemen online, please remember to join our conversation by commenting, asking questions, and tweeting along with our live tweet at UMBTME and using the hashtag FutureDisrupted. When the world ended, Transborder transgressions of the human in a time of trouble. I have never heard title that has engaged me without knowing what you're going to say more than this. I felt like I've known Bio my whole life, but actually we only met in December of 2019. And he told a story when he was there, and it still plays in my head and in my heart. And I believe we are about to be blessed by hearing one of the best storytellers I have ever heard in my life. Bio, I'm not going to go into your background. I'd like you to maybe, if part of your talk, to give more about who you are. But I am so looking forward to you as we switch from economies to transborder migration and how you sort of fit in between the two. Bio is the executive director there and the chief curator for Emergence Network, two-time author, and an amazing thought challenger, a global thought challenger. And so without further ado, brother, over to you.
Thank you, Dom. Can you hear me, see me good? I hope so. Well, I greet everyone that's listening, that's here, and yes, it is true. We just lost a family member, and I actually wrote a note to Dominic saying that I had to cancel. But another last-minute twist of indeterminacy has brought me back here. I'm grateful to be here, but I also feel a weight of, I feel a certain weight of loss. But I would alchemize that and speak with it, if you will, instead of speaking past it, as if it weren't present. My name is Bayo Akomalafe, and I'm Nigerian, for those of you who already know that. I'm a migrant. I live between India and the United States. My wife is Indian. We spend most of our time here. My children are somewhere in between. And I think and write and make dosas when I'm not thinking, or use dosas to do thinking. And I want to speak about world endings. And it feels only appropriate to speak about endings, especially when I've just experienced that. When we think about world endings, and this, I think this might be teased from my title, When the World Ended. When we think about world endings, we usually think about something spectacular, whether it's the big crunch, or the sun growing to a supersized version of itself, a red star or something, and swallowing the earth up, or some nuclear disaster, or the hand moving closer to doomsday. Endings are part of the trope, part of the public's imagination. And Hollywood has certainly made a few bucks, a few millions from selling a particular image of how the world might end. Alien or extraterrestrial civilizations dipping through the atmosphere and destroying an entire city, like in Independence Day, for those of you who might know the trope or the movie. So there's a particular vision of how the world might end that is sticky. But I want to play with that today and see what might emerge as a result. When we think about endings, they're spectacular, they're big, because our imagination is that the world is big, and so its ending must be bigger. The world must end in a glorious, spectacular version. But who says that the world is big? Who says there's even a thing like the world, as we are fond of speaking about it? There is a French or German philosopher called Marcus Gabriel, who wrote the book, Why the World Doesn't Exist. I referenced this in my book in 2017, These Worlds Beyond Our Fences. And Marcus's idea is that there isn't such a thing as the world. And that's only a frame of reference. That's just a way of speaking. It's a trace, if you will. There is no overview. There's no view from nowhere that might allow us to speak about the world as if it were a coherent, unit, as if it were singular and stable. ready for analysis. He speaks about unicorns and Santa Claus and things that we would readily say are not, existing. They're not empirical. But he says, from a particular point of view, these things have effects. They have material effects on us. So who's to say they don't exist in a particular way? And if all kinds of imaginations are continually imagining things, then there is no definite boundary, of where the world ends and where it begins. There's no definite sense of what the world really is. And I don't want to say really as if there's a positivistic sense of, of the world that hides behind the scenes of our, illusions. But that there isn't a way to speak about the world that is coherent. And that suggests to me that maybe thinking about the world ending, brings us to a different way of speaking about it altogether. If we think through Marcus Gabriel's thesis, and that might even lead us down the track to another philosopher that I love to reference a lot called Deleuze. And Deleuze speaks about the world as an assemblage, as an entanglement of materialities. It is not still or stable. We don't live in a world that is a container of things that are already predetermined and preordained, having their characteristics already set. We live in a world, or we live with the world, or we are the world in its continuing ongoingness, in its ongoing materiality. And so he speaks about assemblages. I'll get to my point about transborder migrations. Just hold on and stay with me a little while. He speaks about assemblages as networks of becoming, right? If you can imagine a rhizome, a botanical rhizome, this root-like structure, then that might be a view of reality from Deleuze's imagination. That is, the world is continually stretching itself out. It's continually ending and beginning. And so the modern idea that the end of the world lies at the end of history is already queered and disturbed by a different sense altogether, a relational sense, that the world is replete with multiple endings instead of just something few and far between. That is, the world is ending again and again. And that is definitely true when we start to consider that the world has ended many times before. For people, it ended in the transatlantic slave trade for those 11 million souls that traversed the waters. It ended in the Jamestown massacre and all the Indian massacres, in the so-called New World when the English arrived there to the Americas. It ended for the Niger Delta people when Shell planted its extractivist, capitalist architectures there, bleeding the ground to draw out oil, to propagate a particular way of being in the world. So the world isn't about to end down the road. The world is replete, full of endings that are happening over and over again. The thing is, we don't notice it because we are part and parcel of modern civilizations, modern settlements, nation states. And the view from the nation state is that the only threat we need to think about, a world-ending threat, if you will, is down at the end of history, is millions of years into the future when our Earth is going to be swallowed up, according to present expectations, by a rogue sun that is expanding itself and becoming engorged with its own fury. And so the idea that the world is replete with world endings brings me to this point, that maybe history is conditioned by world endings. Maybe it doesn't lie at the end of history. Maybe it is the very condition of history. And a certain other philosopher that I'm really excited about, Thomas Nail, definitely thinks that as well. That the prime and most prominent figure of our times is the migrant. And the migrant is by way of speaking, in some sense, the most exacting, the most electrifying figure that is a signifier, if you will, for world endings. And so Thomas Neal comes up with this idea called kynopolitics. I like the name. Kynopolitics. That is politics from the perspective of the migrant, instead of from the perspective of settlement or stability or the nation state. Politics from the perspective of movement, continuous movement. And his thesis is that we don't know the gifts, the wondrous treasures, the social transformations that come in the wake of the migrant. We don't know how to notice it, but there's something really powerful about the migrant. And he uses the figure of the migrant, as a broad category to take into consideration other forms of migrancy. The nomad, for instance, is the migrant from territory. The vagabond is the migrant from a juridical order. The barbarian is the migrant from citizenry, from the state. And what's the last one? Yeah, the proletariat is the migrant from economic order. So the invitation of Thomas Neal is that we need to start thinking through the lenses of the migrant, because we are in the age of the migrant. And that is certainly true in many respects. A couple of decades ago, we would not have believed it possible to say that we are now having in the world more than 1 billion refugees and migrants, people moving around the world, people exploring, people having to do that because they have no choice. They have no other way to do it. They have no other way to live or to survive. They have to transgress boundaries to live. And so the invitation of Thomas Neal is that we need to sit with this idea of the migrant as the cornerstone of political theory. We need to upend the idea that politics is based on stabilities that are becoming very hollow right now, like the nation state. And so the invitation is to see through the eyes of the migrant. And I've always liked to say that that until you see from the eyes of the migrant, you may not see that the world is continually in movement. Even walls are migrant, which would be scandalous to Trumpian politics, I think. So this is the crux and the heart of what I would like to offer here. That there is a final category. I don't want to think of it as a final category, but there is another category that I feel has been left out of Thomas Neal's analysis. And that is the idea or the figure of the fugitive. The fugitive. So we have the nomad, the barbarian, the vagabond, the proletariat, but I also want to bring up here the fugitive. The fugitive, for me, is the migrant from a cosmovision, a migrant from a particular story, a meta story of how the world ought to be in, or how ought to be like, how the world ought to be organized. And so if you think through the lenses of fugitivity, of the fugitive, then you might begin to recognize that more than refugees, more than the billions of people that are now claiming to be migrants and refugees, there are many more fugitives than refugees. That, in fact, many of you listening to me right now on this call might be said to be fugitives. And again, a fugitive is someone who is no longer comfortable in a particular rendering of the world. Let me give a solid, grounded example. The pandemic came with solid, creative, tragic inflections of the modern order. It disturbed the ways we travel. It disturbed the ways we plan ahead. It's not just the fires in California that become a metaphoric, exemplification of low visibility. It's the idea of the pandemic and this almost infinitesimal, critter that is rushing through bodies and disturbing bodies. It seems the very notion of the future has been broken. It seems that we cannot plan ahead, that just like I came on this call or started to prepare for this talk this morning thinking, yeah, I mean, I'm going to give this talk about world endings, and a family member dies, and I cancel my talk. And a few minutes later, my wife is back from the hospital and says, I think you should do it all the same. So it seems we're living in incredibly liquid times and indeterminate times, so that it's almost impossible to walk or work forward. And so that's the invitation here. The notion of the fugitive is so strong that we might as well start to think through that body, through the idea of the fugitive. But what does that invite us to do? Let me move back a little bit and speak about the ways that we have approached migrancy, the ways that the nation state tries to deal with the phenomenon of migrancy is, or could be categorized in, broadly speaking, two ways: inclusionary dynamics and exclusionary dynamics. Exclusionary dynamics are, you might think of Trumpian politics or conservative politics as a form of exclusionary dynamics. It's, don't come here, we're building a wall, Mexico will pay for it. Don't come here, you're different. And so those are exclusionary dynamics, mounting walls, building empire, and propagating the notion of homogeneity and homogeneous bodies or superior kinds of identities. But inclusionary dynamics are probably about compassion, opening our doors and saying, you come in. We'll take care of you. You've just been across the waters. You've just traveled through Spain, through Morocco to Spain, finding your way to Paris and to Belgium. We'll take care of you. We'll open our doors and bring you in and make you good citizens. A colleague of mine, a distant mentor, Alexander Wehelier, says both dynamics are actually violent. Inclusionary dynamics and exclusionary dynamics alike. They're violent to the migrant. How? They're violent in this wise. The migrant has to conform, has to tear off a part of his or her body to be part of this mechanism of citizenry. It's like this old myth of the Procrustean bed. I don't know if you guys have heard of the Procrustean bed, in which travelers were apprehended by robbers and Procrustes. And the Procrustean bed was this unimaginable, torturous, evil device in which someone was put, on this bed. And if you were taller than the bed, you were the part of your body that extended beyond the contraption was cut off. And if you are shorter than the bed, you were pulled to meet the length. You had to be exactly equal to this Procrustean bed. It was a form of torture. In a sense, migrancy faces the same kinds of responses. Even compassion can look like a form of violence, because it seems that the migrant is expected to conform, to look like citizens, to adopt the language, to speak with the culture, or to be part of that culture, to drop any extraneous, excessive qualities behind, and to be assimilated into the society. That doesn't allow for the gifts of movement to show. It doesn't allow for the gifts of migrancy, the gifts of movement and motility, and showing up, the gifts of the strange or the new. It doesn't allow it to show. It co-opts it, eats it up, and makes it part of the family way, part of the status quo, parts of the familiar, if you will. So what do we do about that? Well, the first recommendation is that when we begin to see ourselves as fugitives, and all of us as fugitives, that we're part of a world that no longer makes sense. Here in India, people are becoming more fugitive, in response or in relationship with the educational system. here in India, education is huge. Everyone wants to get their kids to colleges and schools and all of that. But when the pandemic hit, parents started asking questions about the utility of higher education and schooling. Like, why do we need to send our kids to school again? Remind us what's the spiel, what's the spiel, what's the plot, what's the story? Why do we need to take our kids to school? Why do we need to put them in front of computer screens? What if education is all around us? What if there are ways of treating and meeting the moment where learning is more diverse, more profuse, more prolific, more generous than the ways we speak about it as hidden, institutionalized, distant, transcendent? And so people in India, to a large extent, are beginning to ask questions about education. And many of us are beginning to ask questions about our world. Why do we have to organize work in this way? And this was all as a result of the instigations of the virus, which became some kind of an activist, if you will, a non-human or more than human activist. So the invitation at large is, if we start to see ourselves as migrants, all of us, not just hosts of migrants, not just recipients, not just benevolent hosts of people who travel, if we start to notice the world beyond the lenses of the nation state and see that all of us are moving, even when we're stable. In fact, that's when we're doing our most movement. That we're all migrants in a sense. We're all moving away, so to speak, from the stability and the untold stories and the cosmovisions of modernity. We're all feeling some kind of disaffection. And I don't want to say all, like I'm certain that it's all. That's just the force of rhetoric here. But there seems to be, and many psychologists are telling me that this might be the case, especially during this pandemic, there seems to be this disaffection, this sense of disenchantment with the status quo. And it's certainly heard through the data that is coming through institutions like the UN, which is reporting that indices for democracy and participation in democracy have never been lower. People are now beginning to distrust in the nation state, in the promises of citizenship. And so in a sense, in a metaphysical sense, but just as much in a figurative sense, we are all moving. We are all migrants, not just me here in India, and not just you migrants in Canada or wherever you're listening, but all of us. And so I feel that calls for a different kind of inquiry in this time. This inquiry is compassion as inquiry. Now, just dwell a little bit on that. By compassion, I don't mean being kind to another in the conservative or conventional senses of the word. I mean it in the etymological sense of compassion, being with the other. A biologist and feminist scholar called Donna Haraway speaks about making kin with the world around us. Making kin. That is, we are living in the time of what some people call the Anthropocene. Others will call it the Capitalocene or the Plantation scene, which is appropriate to our considerations around fugitivity. And we have gotten here because we have centered human beings and citizenship and the nation state as the core forms of agency in the world. We have forgotten our connections with ecology. We have dismantled our associations and alliances with the world at large. And so we see ourselves, humans, we see ourselves as separate, as separable, as Cartesian, as unitary beings, cut off, dissociated from the world. And that has led to the industrial order, and that has led to colonization and imperialism, and that has led in some way, diffractively, zigzagging through space-time, it has led to the pandemic. And so to really address the challenges of today, the challenges of migrancy, the challenges of the pandemic and the Anthropocene, and ecocide and environmental loss and the loss of species, and racism and climate, issues and chaos and collapse. To address these multi-dimensional multiplicities, these issues, we need to rethink human centrality. We need to rethink our dominance. We need to unlearn mastery. We need to fall down to the earth. And we don't do that until we think ourselves as under siege, that we are also moving and we are also challenged by these movements, that none of us is safe, that the ground is withdrawing, so to speak, its stability, withdrawing its endorsement, that stability is a privilege. One might trace stability, climate stability, to the ice age and to the thawing of the ice and the building of settlements that enabled us to build language and tools and culture. But that is a privilege. It's not a right. In fact, the realms of right and the matrices of rights and justices that we have is fragile. And until we learn to see that we are fragile, vulnerable aspects of a world that is constantly becoming, until we learn to see that permanence is a ruse, then we will never get the invitation or listen to the voices of our time. Again, the fugitive is the migrant from cosmovisions, from stories. And you may not identify as a fugitive, but I feel that we here, I'm a fugitive in a sense. And it's not just an identity, it's not just a human construct. It's a coagulation of bodies. It is movements in the earth, producing movement in human bodies, producing indeterminacy. So my final point is we need different kinds of inquiry. One that I've been very happy to be part of is one that my brother will speak about shortly, Rail Miller, futures literacy. Futures literacy is the idea of decontextualizing the human. And by decontextualizing the human, you make possible other ways of seeing and using the future, other ways of seeing temporality, other ways of seeing movement. And I feel that there are other ways, that we're being invited to reposition ourselves in the world today that calls for post-qualitative inquiry, non-representational forms of research that disabuses of us of the notion that we are central to the world's workings. I call some of this making sanctuary, but I wouldn't go deep into it because it would take another 2 hours or probably another 3 months to unpack what making sanctuary means. But the idea is we need decolonial fugitive excursions, exiling ourselves from the colonial order that we call the human. We need to decenter ourselves. We need to break free from the centrality that is poisoning our rivers, dismantling cultures across the world, and creating toxic movements. Now, my final point about migrancy is we are all in movement. Even the world is in movement. The world also is migrant. What would it be to sit with that and sit with the world in movement, to sit with its own migrancy, and to forget the idea that we're permanent and rooted and in place and fixed and stable for all time? Let me end with a saying from one of my Yoruba elders. I'm from the Yoruba people in West Africa, Nigeria, to be precise. And what one said to me when I was exploring alternatives to interpretations, Western interpretations of clinical pathology, for my doctorate degree many years ago. He said to me that in order to find your way, you must become lost. In order to find your way, you must become lost. In order to find your way, you must become lost. I say it 3 times because it only sinks in on the third. Lostness is the invitation of our times. The migrant is inviting us to take up our migrancy, take up the cross of our migrancy, and lose our way, to stray away from the computational pathways and algorithms of locatableness, that has stabilized our agency and has fixed us in a colonial order. The considerations about migrancy go beyond just people moving. It touches on decolonial sentiments. And so This is my invitation to all of us. Let us find ways to get lost generously. Thank you. I'll stop there.
Oh, my goodness, Bio. Thank you so much. That's amazing. From one fugitive brother to another. I look forward to getting lost with you as we continue this journey forward.
Thank you, brother, and my apologies for the tensions are in the air around me, but thank you for allowing me to show up as I could. You are always welcome in my house and in our house. I know we are running a bit long, but there was one question I would like to very, very quickly jump to, and I'm going to ask you to. Okay. Okay.
But it's going to be one that you could probably take 7 years to answer.
I know.
But it was written by Marcus Lees. He said, "Can society be geared towards making migrants more integrated while keeping these gifts from new cultures?"
I'm not very, so my theory work, building work is always work in progress, right? But I don't have enough faith in integration to answer affirmatively, Marcus. Integration sometimes hides, or the discourse around integration, most of the time it hides unequal power relationships. The dominant over culture, pretends to be humble enough to take in and to integrate. But integration comes with undue costs. And not that I'm pathologizing integration. I'm saying in the time where novelty is required, I think we need a little bit more than integration. We need vulnerability. But if we see from the perspective of the nation state, then vulnerability is all but, it's impossible. It's impossible. We are prevented from seeing through the motility and the fugitivity, that is required for these times. We're always going to quarantine ourselves and approach the world as if it were toxic. And the invitation of our times is to open up the alien suit and melt through those representational orders and allow ourselves to be touched in return. And that's more than integration there. That is more than unilinearity. That is touching each other. That is something more.
That's wow. Okay, the fact that you actually answered that so succinctly, that's remarkable. I want to thank you on behalf of all of us here at the J. Herbert Smith Center for joining us from Chennai. Once again,
Rachel, am I pulling you in?
Our deepest condolences from my family to yours. Please give all of our love to your wife and to your children. Be well, be safe, be healthy, and we'll talk again soon. All the best, brother.
Thank you. Thank you. Bye.
Bye now. With that, I am going to turn over the MC chair to Rachel Clark as we get prepared for our next panel. Hi, Rach.
Hi, thanks so much, Bio. I just have to say, I have to quote one of the comments that came through because it so captured everything. And it said, "Inhale, exhale, blow open the doors of perception in my mind." And that perfectly captured everything that was that presentation. So thank you so much, Bio. So we have seen sharp changes in how we travel, if we even travel, and how we attend meetings and even conferences. So join us as we deep dive into transborder travel and migration with our moderator, Florian Viome. Florian is a bilingual entrepreneurial innovator who creates and grows impact-oriented initiatives and is currently the director of the Memorial Center for Entrepreneurship. Joining Florian are panelists, Samson Okpara, Subu Chie, and Arun Chanbag. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you. Good morning, everyone. Bonjour à tous. And to all of you who are listening to us this morning, welcome to this panel. I'm very excited to be here. I must say it's hard to follow after such a deep and inspirational speech, but I think I'm very excited about it. One thing I want to start with is a couple of months ago, I was chatting with a successful entrepreneur, and she was telling me how challenging it was for her business. And this morning I was chatting with her, and everything has changed for her. And she said, like, I'm much more productive. I spend less time in the airports. I get my life back. And now I'm at the point where I don't want to go back. And so people are experiencing this situation in different ways. And some of them find alternative ways to travel. Some people are getting used to it, and some people just are challenged with it. So in this situation, I was just reflecting on what Bio just mentioned. We are all migrants and in movements. And some of us are hoping for things to go back to normal, hoping for a vaccine, and some of us embrace this new normal. So that's what we want to explore this morning, and especially for transborder travel. So what we will do is that we will explore the implication of the current pandemic on the transborder travel. How will the future of transborder travel of both goods and people will change? Will the shift to online meetings change the way we see borders? And what does it mean for organizations like universities? So Samson, Subu, and Aaron, I'd like to invite you to just introduce yourself for 30 seconds before we dive in.
Okay, we'll go clockwise. Hi, everybody. My name is Samson Okmara, and I'm currently in Canada. I am originally from Nigeria. I came to Canada to pursue a master's degree in technology management and entrepreneurship, University of New Brunswick. Finished now, and I am a co-founder of Peak Analytics, a startup that came out of the program. And I'm very passionate about technology. I worked at sales with over 15 years experience, traveling around the world, working for companies like Hewlett-Packard, Dell EMC, Hitachi. I've mostly worked in emerging markets in Europe, and I'm excited to be here to share some of my experience and what my thoughts are around the changing economy, especially at this pandemic period. Thank you.
Awesome. Subu, do you want to go next?
Yes, thanks. For so I'm Subu, and I graduated from UNB 21 years ago. I'm not showing my age, but that's 21 years ago. And then after graduating from UNB, I went to work for RBC with the help of UNB, getting me my first internship at RBC, and then the rest is history. I've been with RBC since then. So currently I'm based out of London.
Great.
Thank you.
Aaron?
Yes, thank you. Thank you, everyone. Thank you for UNB to inviting us to participate on this. I'm Arun. I actually grew up in India here, but I spent about 31 years in the US. Went there as a grad student, became a migrant, stayed there, liked it. Last 20 years, I was at Harvard as the medical school, as a faculty there in orthopedic surgery. But 3 years ago, I moved back to Manipal to head the innovation efforts here. It was my time, I felt, to give back to my culture and the people around here. So I came back to my alma mater, actually, and I'm the Chief Innovation Officer here in Manipal. Great to be here. Looking forward to this discussion here.
That's awesome. And it's very interesting to see like different perspective from different continents. We have Canada, Africa, Europe, and myself from Europe initially, and also Asia. And we also have different perspective, more on the IT side, more on the banking side and the economy, and more at the education side. So let's dive in. Okay. The first perspective we want to look at is for international students. So there have been a lot of required change for universities to adapt to the current pandemic. So change in learning platforms, change in classroom dynamics as a whole, and that was changes for the universities, but also for the students. So I wonder, what do you see as a long-term implication of those changes? And I will ask Arun that you answer first, because you have a deep connection at universities right now.
Yes, I'm actually in the university right now. I think universities have to rethink. And you, Florian, mentioned a few comments about learning this, that we have to do. But I think it's bigger than that. I think it's going to be a sea change. It's going to be very disruptive. And I wonder if we focus too much on the small things, like how do you do online classes, we will actually lose the big picture. I think it is as dramatic as saying movie theaters versus Netflix.
Mm-hmm.
You can't just say movie theaters, I'm going to give you nice popcorn or something, and you will come when there's Netflix right there. So I personally think that's going to be this big transition, which is going to sweep over universities. It's going to disrupt it. And I'm in a university, I've been in universities, and it's scary. It's scary because we don't know what the future is going to be like. And I'm not saying too far away, I'm just saying 3 years later. I don't know what's going to be. We are here in Manipal, bustling 20,000, and Dominic has been here, and his whole team from UNB have been here many times. But for the last 7 months, there's not a single student on campus. We have like 500 acres of campus, beautifully maintained in their absence. We have all these facilities, fantastic, and there's nobody here. There's an investment maintaining this, and online classes are going on as if it's a ghost town. Everybody's busy in their offices, like the faculty. There's no students. I walk around and I hardly see one other person. It's surreal. I don't know how long the university can afford this, to maintain 400 acres for like maybe 1,000 faculty just to sit in offices. So I think it's going to be very different. So now let me switch to the students, okay? The students they are very distressed. They are at home. They feel they're in prison. We are getting calls from students saying, can you just write a letter saying that you are needed, that the student is needed in the Innovation Center to do some project so they can leave the clutches of their parents and come to the campus? They're looking for that freedom. But classes are, we can't allow students to come on campus yet. Very few students are here. So what is the future of education? And I keep asking myself, I need to be part of that future, or I'm going to be disrupted. I'm going to be gone. So the challenge is, how do we blend this? How do we go from a campus type situation to a blended learning? And remember, one other thing I want to mention is, I think it's a good point to mention, is who is the university's competitor now?
Right.
I think Coursera is going to edX. It's going to be the online courses and certifications which Google is offering, Microsoft is offering, Stanford and Harvard are going to offer, and all the online courses. So I suspect we're going to have a big component of online education, and it need not be offered by universities. It could be by Coursera, Google, Microsoft, and universities will be saying, we will accept 50 of these credits from this, and you come to us for a very limited experience, a limited peer-to-peer mentoring, tutoring, finishing school sort of experience. I suspect, I think the answer is going to be somewhere in the middle, but I want to take a very controversial, like the far out view and just predict something ridiculous. And I'm sure we'll be somewhere in the middle.
That's great. Yeah, that's great. So I wonder, Subu, do you have any thoughts on what will be the Netflix version of the university?
Well, I think I'll probably echo a lot of what Arun is saying. Like I'm sharing a similar thought on that one, because if we're going back to your very last point, the alternate education provider, which is like all this Microsoft, Google, and all these things, we're seeing it quite real. We're seeing it in our industry at this moment. And then so that we're thinking about that begs a question about if we go back and saying that the debate on the argues like from a supplier perspective versus a consumer perspective. Consumer will be the student, right? Purely from a supply, we as from a university perspective, we talk about that. We need to have a bigger picture and start thinking, going back and say, what is the purpose of university going forward in this highly disruptive economy and polarized and fragile society in major city? So then which means it's like we need to start asking this big question. Then will lead to like, what role does university play in this regime? So now we're going back to say, if I think about let's for the time being, assume that university is still relevant. And then the role of one major role of the university is an educator. So if it is an educator, then we're going to go, delivery is one thing, but the purpose of an educator becomes we need to rethink about how do we then deliver this service. And then for deliver this service, the same as the industry that I've been through, I've seen disruptions on that one. So we need to break it down into high touch versus a low touch. So the high touch would be things like the great campus for sure there'll be some faculty that's needed to be, like students need to be there, the lab equipments or the machinery. So that to me is high touch. It cannot be do away with you need to be physically present in order to do that. So those are the one I'm thinking, disruptive will come, but it will come in a different way. But the one you don't have physical barrier, that is the one I think will be highly disruptive, because that is the one I consider low touch. It could be done pretty much anywhere. And this is what we'll be going through with anything that COVID taught us is this is possible. So just like any disruptive industry, let's think about everything have to be revisited, rethink, rethought. And even in low touch type of industry, we'll see commoditize of everything. So if it is commoditized and everything, for you to win any university or any organization to stay ahead, you either offer a unique product, change the way you offer the product, or you consolidate. So consolidate is in a way that you compete with a better funded competitors, or the alternate provider, which we've seen Microsoft, Google. And we've seen a lot of organizations actually hiring graduate from that. Those are the graduate without a university degree. They happen to have very hands-on, very specific skill that organization is looking for. So that's in a bunch narrative.
That's awesome. Samson, do you want to comment on this? And I'm curious also from your perspective, what cannot be copied by those alternatives to universities?
Well, thanks for that. I think from what Aaron and Chair said, we're still in alignment in thoughts, because I've come from a long line of working with professional organizations that have had, or rather they've offered learning for their staff through their own universities, which is basically a digital university, and providing the tools and the right resources to get the skills and expertise in the technology that is specific to the job and makes you get value for going through those trainings. The university environment, for me, I look at it as a foundational ground where they cultivate students to prepare them for the future, like for the jobs they're going to get in the future, and for them to get better integrated into the society. I have the perspective that universities is not all about teaching. It's not all about learning. It's about the interaction. It's about the ability to relate with other people. So if you take away that component from the learning institution and make everything fully online, of course, there's going to be a lot of impact. There might be a shortage in certain skills that the graduates might lack when they come out of the university. They can be all professional, but things like soft skills, mentorship, and all that, they might not be able to learn all that. And when they go into society, that will become what employers will be needed, because they could get anybody trained, but they might not be able to instill those soft skills in them that easily. So there's a whole lot of implication. We can go on and on. I know I left the university system 20 years ago, and within that 20 years, 15 years working, I've always been studying. And all the organizations I've worked, I've been getting certifications, especially relating to the skills. And with that, I actually contribute immensely into the organizations, because they've been able to train and they are matured. Like when you mention organizations like Microsoft and Google, they have a matured platform, and the universities they are lacking behind to provide those platforms can actually imbibe the required technical skills for the students. So going forward, or looking ahead in the next 3-4 years, is employers these days are looking for specific skill sets. And a lot of them don't really care about whether you go into the four walls of the university, but as long as you could deliver value to them, that's what they're after. And if universities want to remain really relevant, I believe that the way to go is for them to be able to create an avenue where they could, find a combination of both distant learning and also some form of in-person, interpersonal skills development that they have to integrate into the system, so that they'll be able to provide more value to the students outside what they could get from places like Udemy and some other Coursera sites. That's just my little contribution for now. Thank you.
No, that's great. It's interesting, and what I found also is that universities are also a way for our students to immigrate. Myself, I came from France, and I could have learned similar things in France, but I decided to come to use that pathway to study one more year because I was considering immigrating in Canada. So that's another perspective we're going to touch now is about immigration. And for Canada, immigration it's a key driver of the economy. So, and also a priority for New Brunswick. It's also the case in Newfoundland. That's a way to attract smart students that can contribute to the economy afterward. But now that the borders are closed and the international travel kind of is limited, so is immigration doomed? So I wonder, maybe Subu, you have a background in microeconomics, so maybe you can comment on that.
Well, don't be so pessimistic. We're not doomed. Like the human species survive. Doesn't matter what form and shape we survive. Like there are two points to that. Because the question about being doomed is like that was predicated on the assumption that we're gonna have this type of a lockdown situation, this COVID situation, drag on much longer. But with all the brains around the world that I think are optimistic about some sort of a vaccine. Is it already in the making? It's a matter of time that be made available to people. So from that perspective, I think that we will be getting to semi-normal type of environment from the traveling, so that I sure hope that this the Transborder travel does not stop, because I do miss my family. I do want to go and see my family. All this great online and everything that is work. I can see my parents, but it's not the same that to have a sit-down dinner with your family on a Thanksgiving. That makes a huge difference. Or even dinner. You can do Zoom dinner and all this thing, but yeah, I'm sorry, it's just not the same. So to your point about the Canada part of given my view that it is, I don't think it's gonna be closed forever. That Canada still possess this characteristic that people want to live. All these years, before we get to Canada, Canada is a great country. Look at the population growth in Canada. When I was in Canada, we're talking about the 25 million people 20-something years ago. Now we're about 38 million people. New Brunswick, we have been even narrower than New Brunswick. When I arrived there, I always joke about they have 500,000 people. I'm 500,001 person that they added to that. And then where we're now, 800,000, around 800,000 people in New Brunswick. So we go back and say that why part of that is a natural growth of population. The other part is about there is something that the Canada has to offer. It could be a part of that would be the serenity, the peacefulness, the people, and then these are all the characteristics that with or without COVID. Does COVID really take this away? I don't think so. It's still there. So which means that as long as we still process in Canada or New Brunswick still possess the characteristics and attributes, people will come.
That's great. Yeah. Aaron, any comments on this?
Yeah, I would. I agree with what Subu said, but I just want to again emphasize: universities are not doomed. Only thing is we need to figure out how we are going to manage ourselves for this future. And in the near future is about 2 or 3 years before vaccines, effective treatments come about. And so it's a short time. But the challenge is, and it's happening to me, by the way, this pandemic lockdown is a boon for introverts like me. I'm so thrilled I don't have to go to meetings anymore. Even within the university faculty, I'm just looking, can I just do this online meeting? Even though I know there's only 4 people in this big, massive hall, I just do this online, So anyway, that aside, I think it's an opportunity for university. I really think it's an opportunity for universities to figure out what is unique, what we provide. And then Subbu touched on that. We have this great campus, and campuses are great social levelers. We have students, and we've seen this at Harvard, and we are seeing it here. Many students who can barely have houses, digital technology in their houses, wherever they are in any village in India, they're coming to a campus where everybody is the same. Everybody has the same room, the same access to IT technology. And now everybody is the same. They are on the same platform. We don't get that when we are doing online distance learning. That part is disrupted. So universities have a great role in social reformation, if you will. And I think that will continue. Challenge is, how do we do it? You will have a smaller footprint. Many students, I suspect, I would say 20% of our credits will go online, meaning from Udemy, Khan Academy, as somebody mentioned in the comments here, or Coursera, EDX, wherever. They still do, the university will still do about 80% of the credits. The question is, how? Is it going to be like a private learning pods we do? What does that blended teaching look like? And we don't know that. I don't see enough innovation in the teaching curricula happening yet. Maybe we thought, oh, you know what, this is a small time thing. We'll just do online teaching till we get to normal. That normal is not coming for another 3 years, right? Or 2 years. So I just lost my track here. But I think universities are very important. And I want to address your point you said about migration. So in a way, I was an economic migrant too, by the way. I moved to the US and then, of course, it did well, got a job, stayed there for 30 years. And now I'm like at the end of my career, I'm like, okay, I want to come back to Manipal. But so in a way, universities are that first step in the economic migration. You introduce yourself, you see the culture, and then the culture sees you, the companies look at you. The question then for the university is, how else would we do recruitment? Coming to campus and sitting in my class is one thing, but maybe universities now will have to figure out, how do we recruit from around the world through online methods now? Maybe students will not come to a campus. I think that's not true. Students will come, but I'm just saying, what if? How do we identify the best students and bring them here? Because I'm just looking at India alone. I'm sure a lot of students want to still migrate, still want to do it, irrespective of everything. They may not be able to go to New Brunswick or Boston or California. This year, many students have deferred their admissions for graduate schools this year. Some did go. The ones to Harvard and MIT and Stanford said, okay, I'm taking the risk, I'm going. So the challenge is, how do you actually identify and recruit students despite of this environment? And I think that's going to be the challenge, not just for New Brunswick, but for a lot of other companies and universities. Universities have a vested interest in bringing students to them. And I want to add one last point, but I'm sorry if I'm taking too much time. We as faculty, we have never had to sell ourselves. We knew that the university will bring students, and I was just like troubled that I don't know how to actually be out there in the online world completely. How do I maintain and keep an online presence so we attract students that way? I don't have a video blog. I'm not an Instagram influencer, but maybe we need to learn. I'm not saying we'll have 1 million followers, but maybe we have to learn, how do we create that online persona so we can communicate better. Look, my daughter is 11, 12 years old. Every time I give a talk, she listens to me. She says, Papa, the Instagram people do it this way. I'm being compared to the Instagrammers. We have to somehow at least be in the competition. So I just wanted to...
no, that's great. Samson, I wonder if you have any thoughts, and in particular, so we talk a lot about universities and immigration. If you remove kind of, in some ways, the topic of how the university can be a tool for immigration, what are new opportunities like a province like New Brunswick can embrace to attract more immigrants in that new context?
Yeah.
Well, that's okay. I don't know if it's for me or
go ahead,
for
Samson,
Aaron.
please. Samson.
Okay, okay. Yeah. So yeah, as an international student myself, um, I think my coming into New Brunswick initially was as a result of me looking for a particular program that I was interested in doing and being able to get acceptance into the university. I mean, for the past 10 plus years, I've traveled around. I've been crossing from one European country to the other, working or being posted there. I've stayed in the US over 11 years, back and forth. All my kids born in Texas. And I've never heard of New Brunswick. Fortunately, I kept wondering, like, where's New Brunswick? Where's Freddie? Where's this place in Canada? I only know of Vancouver and Toronto and all that. I was really curious, and I went online, did some research, looked at the culture and everything. I was really interested in, wow, there's a province in Canada that is bilingual. So I took up that decision to come here to study and also have that mindset that I like this place. I might want to stay back after study for a few years and see if I could, become a resident and all that. And a whole lot of international students that come into the province, they fall in love with the province. It's peaceful, it's calm, it's welcoming, lovely people, very, very homely and accommodative. And that it's a sentiment that is shared across most international students that come here. But that being said, it's not the only reason that they want to stay. They also want to get a life, like get a job. They want to settle down, maybe bring their folks over at some point in time. There's a whole lot of things that they want to do. But in as much as the province is still trying to get to that milestone of being a major economic hub in Atlantic Canada, I would say, there's still a lot of work in progress. There are initiatives. The province is trying to retain students. And with the borders now being closed, a lot of students are not being given that opportunity to come over. However, we have students that are already here that have finished their programs. The first lockdown, it was chaotic for a lot of international students, I would say, from forums I've had. They were not given access to some form of relief package because of virtue of being international student. They had no way of getting support from home. They had no way of getting other things. So it was a bit frustrating, but at least they pulled through because they were resilient. And now, God forbid, we don't hope for a second lockdown because the province is not saying anything about the international community, especially the students. And these are the people that the province is hoping to retain. And how would they retain them? How would they show that inclusion, like inclusivity of this international community? What are they doing about it? When I came in, I heard a lot of great initiative about study and stay, about helping students to integrate, retaining the best talent. I think when we were here before COVID, it was pretty much something everybody was looking forward to. But now with COVID, it looks like those initiatives have really piped down a little bit. The province need to realize that there are a lot of people that want to stay. There's a lot of people that want to remain here. They need to just bring them in. I know they're putting in together a panel of international team to help make recommendations on how they can do that, but they still need to reach out to these students. They are here, they want to stay, they want to work. They don't want to leave the province, but if with things, the economy forcing them to leave to get better jobs outside, they might want to go. And there's nothing they can do about it if the province is not giving them that support. So I think the province will not be doomed because of the lockdown. People are still interested. A lot of good things have been shared in the international community. And I think the province will get to the target that they are looking for. It's just that right now, I think it's an opportunity that has been created by the situation for them to look inwards and for them to be able to put out measures to really retain the talents that are here and wants to remain. Thank you.
No, that's great. And so what I'm hearing is that the province needs to be very intentional in adapting their programs that seem to be very stimulating for international students, but adapting them in the new context. That's great. We have a couple of minutes left, and there is one just quick aspect I want to talk about. And Aaron, you touched a little bit to it. So online versus in person. So now online become more acceptable. It's more acceptable and better for introverts. There are new platforms to collaborate. and there are new platforms that appears like every day almost. So there is an increased demand for online interaction versus face-to-face. So I wonder if technology replaced our meeting notes.
I think you're asking me. Okay, I'll answer that. I think technology will definitely have a bigger stake in the meeting room. But as you even see this platform, look at us. We have 4 of us. I mean, we are from 3 different continents. But everything was leveled here. I wish I had knew Subu was in London, so I knew what the weather was like in London, and then what are the challenges, what are the climatic things, and historical things and political things going on in London. He is living through. So I think the online platforms are going to. My thinking is it's going to change dramatically because they're not sufficient for really good long-term collaborations. Look, these things have just changed from a telephone to a telephone with a video stream. That's all we have done right now. So I think for true online collaborations, the newer platforms will have to come. And then people like us, people at the universities will have to start saying, what is that future look like and can we create it? And I think that's where the universities have an edge. We have been trained to look at those things and say, how do you find the gaps and create the environment we want? Technology companies will follow. And that's where I think New Brunswick has an edge. I mean, I look at Apple, for example, 35 or 40% of their revenues are coming from digital services. Why can't New Brunswick or many smaller university towns be saying, our economy can be digital? Our revenues we create can be digital. So we don't need a lot of people here. We're just making a lot of money here. So
that's great. We need to wrap up pretty soon, but any comments, Subu or Samson, on this quick comment?
I'll make a very quick one. That yes, we talk about. Arun spoke a bit about on the business side and how do we work. I'll probably want to bring another perspective in that. How does that do to our mental well-being? Like this. So we are in a generation that grew up that we adapt. We learn about this new technology, new way of collaborating. There's one part of our human brain called the hippocampus or the prefrontal cortex that teaches like be aware of what is going on, constantly aware. Now in this virtual world, like you don't have this human interaction. We're seeing this new generation of the kids, our kids, and they're growing up in this virtual world. Like what does that do to their mental well-being going forward? That is a question that I could not wrap my head around.
Samson, you had one last quick?
Yeah, just a quick comment about that is the whole transition that we're going to in terms of adaptation and the university, trying to create that platform for communicating and also coordinating. We should also realize that the world economy is also changing into a digital platform. A whole lot of organizations now are giving that opportunity for staff to work from home, work remotely. There's a whole lot of mental strain around that, and I think nobody's addressing it right now. So I think there's also an opportunity for one to look at the mental and physical implication of transitioning into online platform, because a lot of people will be sitting down for long hours. Some of them might be staring on the screen for long hours. I mean, there's a whole lot of things around that needs to also be considered, but I think it's a journey. Obviously, it's more obvious now that people are restricted by traveling. A whole lot of things is going to change in the coming years. We should be ready to embrace it. And I think we as humans, we are very good in adaptation. So I believe we will get there and we'll be able to find a breakthrough to be able to, get back to it. That's just my quick comment. Thank you.
Awesome. No, that's great. Samson, Subu, Arun, thank you for this. It was really interesting. It also shows that we have a lot of work to do for universities, for provinces, and even on our way of thinking. So I'm very excited to see what we can accomplish and how, as a society, we can be creative with this challenging context. So thank you so much for your contribution. Great. Very excited to be here, and I'd like to invite Rachel or Dominique to join.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you guys so much. Florian, thank you so much for your amazing moderation there. Samson, Arun, and Subbu, thank you so much for joining us from across the globe again on this panel from 3 continent representations, 3 country representations. I don't want to throw out continents again because we threw that out incorrectly on the first panel. So testing my geography here. So thank you all so much for your time today. Futures literacy and experimentalism. I'm so glad I got that one out. Rial Miller has held a number of positions throughout his career, including Minister of Finance, Universities and Industries in the province of Ontario. Since 2012, he has worked for UNESCO as the head of Foresight. And his unlagging ambition to find ways to put the richness of complex emergence at the service of humans' capacity to be free. So join me in welcoming Rial to the stage as he talks deeper into these future literacies discussion. Hi, Rial.
Hello there. Good to be with you.
I'm going to pass the stage over to you.
Okay, thanks a lot. Thanks, Rachel. Great pleasure to be with all of you and have this opportunity to share. Very glad to be following on from bio and from the discussions around transportation, education, mobility, migration. I toyed with a number of different ways of titling this talk, which I thought of the experimentalist approach, the question of how to think about futures literacy, which I'll get to in a minute. But in the end, an old Stanley Kubrick Dr. Strangelove line came to mind, which was, how I learned to love complexity. So that's the kind of tagline for this discussion, and it does follow quite directly from some of the things that Bio talked about earlier. I mean, and maybe it's the fact that personally I was quite a mobile person all the way from very early years. Born in Saskatchewan, lived in Ottawa, New York, Rome, Washington, and around the world. And so I was initially, formed by a very mobile way of living and perceiving the world. And that relativism, in the sense that, in fact, I learned 3 or 4 different kinds of English, which made life kind of tricky. Why are they speaking English differently here and differently over there? Allowed me to embrace, in a sense, the complexity that I witnessed, that I experienced, and the mystery of it all, and the perpetual sense of not knowing. And maybe it was just a clever ruse to say, well, who wants to be terrified by not knowing? That's a kind of silly position to find yourself in. So what can I do that will allow me to not be terrified by not knowing? And I guess I've been working on that all my life, and that's what futures literacy is about. And I guess it's also related to perhaps a transition perspective, and a transition perspective that reflects the time I was born in the 1950s, the world I lived in, the 20th century for the most part, and the sense that we have to be part of the solution. I was in high school at the time of the Vietnam War in Washington, and I remember quite acutely what was a slogan attributed then to Eldridge Cleaver, which was, if you're not part of the solution, you're part of the problem. And then, of course, subsequently, the famous dictum, if I can call it that, from Silicon Valley, Elon Musk about, the best way to predict the future is to create it. Now, all of that puts us in a rather godlike position, meaning we're supposed to know the future and make it happen. So we're the engineers of tomorrow, and you better make that happen, otherwise you're a failure. And that was also quite anxiety-inducing, and certainly not a way to resolve the tension, the cognitive dissonance around complexity as a lived reality. So with a kind of pragmatic twist to it and a personal, obviously personal desire to explore this terrain, I've been trying to understand how these expectations get formulated, where the ideas of the future come from, what are the origins of our images of the future, and how do those images of the future impact on all sorts of things all around us. And you know, the way these things happen completely serendipitously, the universe is mind-blowing in that way. In 1988, a wonderful friend, Charles Pascal, hired me to be the manager of policy and research at the Council of Regents in Toronto, to think about the future of community colleges. And one of the things that was very powerful from that experience was that it's pretty difficult to think about the future. That the images we're using of the future are kind of this funny thing. The last little while I've been talking about it in this way, which is, imagine I told you that, you know, you have to describe the world around you today, but you can only use the dictionary from, I don't know, 10 years ago, 15 years ago, that the words that you can use are limited, and you can't describe the world today with the words that are currently being used and that have been invented over the last, let's say, few years. Well, you'd say, that's ridiculous. I can't describe the world today using yesterday's dictionary. I need to use the words of today. And we know perfectly well that you won't be able to describe the world of tomorrow with the words we have today, because we're going to have to invent words as we go along. So the issue here is how to become more able to do that. And there's a fundamental aspect of the current hegemonic or dominant way of thinking about who we are, our identity, and our relationship to the world around us, which touches on the points that Bio was raising about our distancing, our removal from the world around us, and that has to do with this idea of control, command, being able to predict, and then also the other layer, which has been very powerful for the last few centuries, strongly connected with ideological, teleological thinking from the point of view of creating a specific better society, a specific form of better society. It's not just let's have a good society. Let's not have just a society where we are solidaristic and resilient, which are very general categories. But it's like, let's have a specific type of society. And often since the 19th century, it was about creating industrial societies, standardization, nation states, common languages, labor codes, etc. So how do we begin to actually acquire a capability that is in many ways inhibited by the existing way of doing things? And that was one of the kind of fascinating parts of my voyage, in any case, that as I tried to contemplate why it was so difficult to think about the future, it became fairly clear to me that there were different kinds of futures, that we weren't just talking, there's not just one kind of future. And that the kinds of futures that we think about changes how we think about them. This is an ontology, epistemology relationship. And that if we start kind of mashing them all up together, preferable futures with probable futures, open futures, uncertainty with risk, in a basic way, we get very confused. And I think, you know, confusion's, why not? You know, it's fun to explore a topic and an issue. But in the case of the future's so powerful. The future's so influential. There's so much anxiety, fear, and hope attached to the future that doing it in a way that's messy is counterproductive. It makes people defensive. It makes them kind of punt, you know, throw the issues off to somebody else. I mean, imagine it this way. If you didn't know how to read or write, there'd be those scribes. There'd be the illustrated manuscript elite that you look to say, they can read, they can write, I can't. And so there's an element related to the way we think about the future that is not just disempowering, but feeds us a certain form of fear that relates to dependency and exacerbates and facilitates colonization of all kinds. And it subsists on one form of colonization, which is the idea of colonizing the future, which is reassuring from one perspective, but completely ridiculous from another. So how to get people to feel that being able to do something, a capability, is not something that is a reason to turn things over to the experts or to the grand leader or to the prophet, but rather to look within their own community, their own capabilities themselves, to think about it. And from an innovation perspective, and I want to emphasize this in the context of this conference. From an innovation perspective, it's really about being able to detect novelty, to be able to invent novelty. But it's not the novelty of a genius. It's the novelty of where you're starting from. And that's a fundamental attribute of any learning system, is being able to say, this is something I don't know and I want to learn about it. So here we're back to reading and writing. So what was the reading and writing? I realize I don't know how to read and write. What can I do to get there? Well, you have to start with the alphabet. I mean, you have to start at the basic components, the elements of it. And here again, distinguishing different kinds of futures is just an elementary step. It's just a basic part of being able to learn about something in ways that are accessible, because you can start from where you are, which is not knowing something about it. I mean, if you already knew about it, you wouldn't have to learn about it. In this sense, ignorance is a great thing, because it's the curiosity. It's, I want to know. And what we've been doing over the last, and I primarily design processes related to this idea of enhancing our capacity to detect novelty, therefore to be more innovative from our own point of departure, is to say, look, anticipation is innate. Just like language, the spoken language, is innate. Most humans, that's one of our skills. We're born with it, we learn it, and we're able to do it. But we're also born with an innate ability to anticipate. A baby that cries to get fed is anticipating that it will get fed if it cries. A cat waits for a mouse, a tree loses its leaves. The time and space characteristic of this universe, and its openness, it's a creative universe, means that we've incorporated anticipation, which is, you can't touch it. You can't go there. It's not a fact. But we've incorporated anticipation into the way the systems function. And this ability to anticipate takes many forms and is about, and for many purposes. And the first one that's most accessible to adults in terms of explicit awareness of their anticipatory systems, because after all, if I ran around and asked people, hey, what's your anticipatory system? They'd all say, what anticipatory system? What are you talking about? Is to say, well, what's the probable future? And we've heard it many times in this conference, in the discussions. People talk about probable futures, what's likely to happen. And of course, we do this, I mean, in a very practical and important way for our survival. When I cross the street, I calculate the probability, the likelihood that the car is going back and forth will not hit me. And so I make bets based on probabilistic thinking, anticipatory systems, all the time. The prospect of climate extinction is a probabilistic, closed system, risk-based approach to thinking about the future. It's a way of saying, I think this is credible. I'm going to incorporate that, and I'm going to make bets based on that model and that closed system. But that's not the only way we think about the future. And the next kind of most natural way often is, I'd love to win the lottery. Meaning you imagine a desirable future and you think, I'll be much better off if I'm really rich and win the lottery, and so I should buy a ticket. And then we make a bet on a ticket. Well, that turns out great. You've reached your better world, and that's the preferable future. Or you've become an industrial megalopolis with everybody having a job and everybody getting into the subway and people spending all their time working at desks and all the rest, and you've achieved your objective because you've become like Silicon Valley or like Singapore. Way to go. But these images of the future, which are often catch-up versions or convergence versions, which are similar to a very dominant and simple way of thinking about the future, which is, I want to be like my big sister, or I want to be like my big brother, or I want to be like my hero, are again relatively limited ways of thinking about the future. Because we all know that when you mature, you begin to realize imitation, it's a very kind form of flattery, but you actually want to be yourself. And of course, your own situation is not the same. And this is one of the fundamental attributes of our universe, because pandemics are nothing new. But pandemics and the time of globalization, populism, and the decay of the 19th century command and control bureaucratic systems in the private and public sectors, well, that never happened before. So this pandemic hits in a unique moment. So therefore it's unique. So uniqueness is happening to us all the time. And that leads to this kind of next step of becoming futures literate, which is to say, how can I become less preoccupied, less constrained by this obsessive desire to be a winner, to predict the future, and to make sure that it happens the way I say it will happen, so that my policy is right, so that my stock market bet is right, et cetera, et cetera. My bet on the horse races is correct. Well, there's a very kind of uncomfortable and, in a sense, paradigmatically disruptive move, and it's very much related again to what Bio was talking about in terms of being a fugitive. And being continuous movement, and the idea that we are always continuously in movement. And yes, the Earth is moving. We're all moving all the time, and that movement and relational definitions of the world around us are the constant way in which the world around us exists for us. To take that into account is actually partly a way of moving from a flat Earth perspective that says we can control the world. It's empiricist, it's objectivist, it's determinist, it's linear for the most part, etc. That perspective, which everybody's welcome to make bets on that basis when they cross the street, when they build an oil refinery, etc. Absolutely. But in order to be able to appreciate and to invent novelty, to do things that are beyond repetition, but are actually forms of difference, not necessarily genius difference, but difference for you, banal creativity. That requires this letting go, this loosening, this ability to think about the future, describe the future in ways which are, in some senses, almost, daydreaming or dreaming about the world in a different way. That escapes from, is it probable, is it likely, is it useful, is it good, is it bad, am I preparing for a catastrophe, which are all imperatives that constrain our imagination. So in the works that we've been doing, the design work, futures literacy laboratories, and developing futures literacy, we've shown that it's actually a fairly practical proposition that people can walk through playing with, learning by doing, action learning around these different anticipatory systems, and that by becoming more aware of the anticipatory systems and processes that we use all the time, I like the quote from the Bourgeois Gentilhomme of Molière, which is, all of a sudden, Monsieur Jourdain realizes he's been speaking prose all his life. Well, we've all been anticipating all our lives, but we haven't been paying a lot of attention to the different anticipatory systems we use. And so the outcome of futures literacy in terms of a capability is to provide us with this opportunity to again use a metaphor, to walk on two legs. And walking on two legs is really to stop just hopping on the leg of risk and certainty and predicting the future and colonizing tomorrow, and embracing the movement, the openness, the unknowability as a resource, as the source of inspiration, as the source of transformation, as the source of diversity. And this is, in some senses, a very fundamentally different proposition, because by enabling that leg, we can do things that we couldn't do when we were hopping around. And by this, I mean particularly shifting our relationship to being much more on an equal footing, humble in the face of the world around us as an emergent world, and having the not only the humility, but the perpetual curiosity that pulls learning to us rather than pushes learning to us. And by creating this context for learning, and by reconciling, in a sense, the sense of improving, augmenting our ability to comprehend the universe around us, it's easier to not be frightened by complexity, which is a state, not a spectrum. It doesn't get more complex or less complex. Our universe is complex. And to become able to understand innovation not as an imperative to improve and reform and adapt something so that it's immortal, which is largely what innovation's about these days. The immortality of a company, the immortality of a nation, even the immortality of people, because we're considered losers if we die, instead of being considered selfish, non-generous. In other words, the greatest legacy is our gift of letting go and allowing next generations to do what they need to do in their context. So this is in some ways a very fundamental shift, but it's a shift created through a capability-based approach to development. And that embraces a fundamentally different perspective on what the future is about. It's not the futures for us to create. It's the future for us to be generous about and to express our values now. And the contribution we make by respecting species, by respecting the earth, by understanding the value of meaning creation in daily life are ways of leaving a legacy that other people can do what they want with, by not determining what the children should be doing, but letting them discover in their time what they want to do. So this is a kind of an approach to innovation. It's an approach to thinking about change. It provides us with the ability to detect novelty and to invent novelty that I think it does something very fundamental from the point of view of transitioning out of the long period of industrialization that has put this incredible emphasis on the winnings that arise from scale and standardization, and instead allows us to be much more comfortable with appreciating difference, creating difference. And in a kind of strategic perspective on this, it's plausible, but this is just a speculative scenario on my part because you can always make the wrong bet. It's that if we can appreciate difference more, and if we emphasize diversity, instead of building heavy-duty bridges and huge monuments to our legacy that will last forever, like the Eiffel Tower just behind me, we create 1,000 boats and not one big bridge. We spread out and wander and create diversity and difference. And we know from a basic risk perspective that diversification is a good strategy for resilience. It means some things will die, some things will fail, but that's also the way creativity and change allows us to turn from being fish with the genetic code of fins that define our hands into humans, and we make the transition. And we do leave behind many things, and we also gift many things. But it's a fundamentally different posture enabled by a different way of understanding the nature and power of the future in what we see and what we do. So that's futures literacy, kind of in a nutshell, related to innovation. I hope that that's kind of gives you a good overview. Rachel, Dominic, thank you for inviting me, and I'd be glad to have discuss this topic and questions anybody might have.
Thank you so much, Riel, for encapsulating your book that you wrote and your many articles that you've written regarding futures literacy and anticipatory systems. So we are now open for questions, but while we're waiting for people to put them into the chat, I do have a question for you, and I mean, as a futurist that you are, I'm going to ask you one of the same questions that was asked of one of the panels: is there a way back from where we are now, or is it a bad thing that we're here now?
Want to turn the river back, huh? Want to make the rivers flow upstream? Doesn't seem like a very logical proposition. I mean, maybe time's reversible. Who knows? I mean, there's all sorts of openings, but my answer to that question would be never. Never. You can never turn. I mean, even counter revolution, as it used to be called, was not a way to turn back the clock. You can't put the king back on his throne. I mean, I think that's the lovely image of Humpty Dumpty. You can't put the back together again. And what I don't understand to a certain extent, although I do understand it, is why we even think that way. Why we even ask that question in a way? Because
is it romanticism? Or
Well, I
is
mean,
it just this because we know it and we've already been there and we're comfortable in it?
well, but that's precisely the capability-based point, which is that given I think what is a fundamentally false sense of security, which is continuity is the way to be secure. If it worked in the past, then it should work in the future, and I can improve it, make it better, but that's the way to be safe. Well, that's a proposition that says, right, okay, the existing dictionary from 1910 should be used to describe things in the world around me now. No, we're continuously, I mean, if it's curious that perhaps our most powerful attribute, our capacity to imagine, which is arguably the source of human consciousness, because the ability to create a fiction, to imagine something different, requires memory, requires awareness, requires a point of view, all that. It's curious that this most unbelievable capability of humans is used to somehow diminish our ability, give us less confidence in what is clearly a profound talent, which is to use that imagination to invent new things, to do things differently. And instead of celebrating difference and change, we lament and fear and look backwards, and even argue that feel acutely that if I can't make a difference, somehow control the future, then I'm a bad person. Now, all of this is kind of what led us to climate extinction, and what's created the current conditions. The fragility of mass tourism and global supply chains, okay, is really easy to see on the one hand, but on the other hand, very difficult to argue against from the logic of the continuity, improvement, ameliorate. And then you can say, well, we'll put in firewalls, we'll put in protection systems, we'll put in tracing. But the fundamental point of departure is this idea that we can somehow dominate the world and fix things. And that if it breaks, we'll be able to put our huge rail locomotive back on the tracks and keep it churning forward. This posture, which is I think pharaonic. It's from the pyramids. It's from the Colosseum. It's from the grand megalopolises. It's from our unbelievable sense of fulfillment when we put in subways and sewage systems and electrification. We're proud and we're amazed with ourselves. But we're children in this way. I mean, it's a childish attitude towards the world around us, and it's time for us to mature.
A question has come up. It reads, how can we get people to be better with the unknown, to be more comfortable with being uncomfortable?
A great question, and I probably should have addressed it directly right off the top, in the sense that I mentioned it in a sense indirectly, because I said we've been running futures literacy laboratories. And it's the wonderful thing about human learning is that when people become acquainted with something, it changes the way they see the world and what they think. If you learn to read, all of a sudden there's all sorts of things you see and do that you couldn't do before. And in the case of futures literacy, we have evidence, and because now we've run more than 80 futures literacy labs at UNESCO, and there's universities like Hansa University and many others, and including University of New Brunswick, which will hopefully have a UNESCO chair in future studies, futures literacy fairly soon, that are demonstrating that if you introduce people to this literacy, this capability, they actually reduce their stress levels. They reduce their anxiety. They're more open. They're more confident. And they're not artificially saying, okay, all of a sudden I'm going to give up on any certainty, let everything go. I won't take responsibility for anything because the universe is too uncontrollable. That's not the point. The point is that we have to be able, like with two legs, to find the right balance, to be able to get them to interact. But at the moment, one of those legs is unbelievably atrophied, because we've been in this heroic role, maybe Homer's to blame or whatever, I mean, for a very long time. And so this heroic role is tiring and dangerous. Developing the other leg will take time. We're just beginning to think about the different anticipatory systems. We're just beginning to think how to introduce this capability. It turns out that, children are actually fairly good at some aspects of testing and developing their anticipatory systems. Play, learning the rules, experimenting are things that come very naturally to children in their, before they go to grade school, basically, under 7. And they're not able, in fact, to identify the probabilistic or the preferable very strongly, because that's not entered into their vocabulary yet. But there are certainly many ways of cultivating and nourishing the experimentalist, the open, because it's very coincident with the desire to create learning and to use the human curiosity as a source of continuous adaptation, invention, transition, letting go, giving, dying, being born, all of the parts of the cycle. So, I mean, I'm very encouraged in this, in this sense, is that when people start to become futures literate, this is exactly what happens. Fear of the unknown diminishes. The recognition that it's an asset, not a liability, begins to dawn on people, and you unleash the willingness to be silly, invent stuff, be crazy about it. The future is about affect. It's about creativity, which is inhibited by our serious technological and kind of mechanical, linear, controlling way of thinking that's serious and status based and all the rest. Let it go. Play.
I have one final question here that's come in from Tululupe Idris, current student in our master's program who's at home in Nigeria right now. And it says, aren't our imaginations and all its limitations a product of our experiences and sociocultural biases? Seems to be a vicious cycle.
No question. I mean, there's no argument there, and it can be a vicious cycle. I agree, but I mean, I think that one of the things that's fascinating, and one of the reasons, and I should mention this, Dominic, that we've got a high-level Futures Literacy Summit coming up that UNESCO is running from the 8th to the 12th of December, where we're inviting the world to come and be part of seeing how everybody is working on the future and thinking about the future, and University of New Brunswick will be there. This is about the fact that the current context, given the power of our aspirations for recognizing and respecting difference, for exploring our identity, for no longer accepting the oppression of a colonizer's or an authoritarian's dictates on saying, this is who you are, this is the way you will always be, and you cannot change. Our resistance to that, our aspiration to go beyond that. And then the power of our tools, meaning what we're doing right now, which is absolutely phenomenal, incredible, but is an extension of us. Because I don't know how many of you have been in this situation over the last months, but 50 years ago, I could have used the telephone to do a lot of things that I'm doing today. But the only thing stopping me from being in contact and sharing with so many people from around the world everywhere was the fact that our habits and our expectations didn't accommodate it. So what I'm saying is that the desire to be able to be ourselves and to have the capacity, as Sen would say, to be free. And the power of our tools that we've invented for many, many reasons as extensions of us. Our tools are not separate from who we are. We're in symbiosis with them. Those conditions, along with a bit of the disruption, and I would say the zombie-like status of basically 18th and 19th century bureaucratic command and control systems, which are living dead institutions, means that we're in a context where people are being obliged, as is usually the case, necessity is the mother of invention, to experiment with new ways of thinking about the future. Now, at the moment, the problem is that a lot of those experiments around thinking around the future are, like I said when I gave my talk, that they're confused. And as a result, people actually give up or feel even more frightened because they can't make heads or tails of it. But that's because, how could you make heads or tails of a book if you hadn't learned the alphabet? I mean, it would look really confusing, and you'd feel really awful. You say, I want to read this book, but I don't know how. And so let me give it to somebody who can read, and then you turn it over to the expert. And this is a situation that we're in right now, where people are are feeling they're experimenting because they don't like the way things are. They're looking for a solution. And one aspect of that solution, it's not the be all and end all, is to be able to improve our capacity to use the future more effectively, not just to target, but to enlarge our relationship to the world around us and to be more at ease and more able to take advantage of the most incredible resource in this universe, which is its creativity, not its determinism.
That's there are a couple other questions that I'm going to forward you because I think you and I could do this for quite some time. I love listening to you talk, Riel, and yeah, we do very much look forward to being part of the event at UNESCO in December. UNB will have a booth there, and
it's virtual, right, Dominic? We should say it's
yeah. I'm not going to come to Paris.
Everybody can come virtually. It's going to be an entirely virtual event, so the world can. So, have we ever held a summit where the entire world could go? I mean, at Yalta, when the grand leaders after the war got together at a summit, it certainly didn't invite the world. But this is a summit that has a completely different sense to it because we're inviting the world.
I am truly excited to virtually be on your back patio with you and looking at the Eiffel Tower. Riel, thank you so very much for joining us from Paris. Truly appreciate your words of wisdom.
Thanks a lot. Thanks to everybody.
All the best. Take care.
Have a good conference.
You.
Bye-bye.
Thank you, Riel. So we've had a lot of discussion here today. We've had a lot of thoughts, a lot of disruptions as well. And we thank you all so much for sticking with us through this. I believe we're now at the 4-hour mark almost. I'd like to invite Dom and Jonathan Kaloff to the stage to summarize our time together today and to really bring us to a collective understanding of some of the learnings that we've experienced. Dom and Jonathan, I'll pass it over to you.
Thanks so much, Rachel, and to welcome our colleague and UNB adjunct professor, Jonathan Kaloff, to the stage. Jonathan is a world leader in futures foresight, and he's our collaborator and partner on competitive intelligence with our accelerators and our students in our incubation programs at undergraduate and graduate. Welcome, my friend. We get to try to summarize all that. And Rachel told me that we don't have much time, so it's all Rachel's fault. But I had to say that because on the other screen I needed to see Dorenda start to laugh. Listen, what did you see? What could you grab out of it? What those nuggets?
Dom, my friend, it's been close to 4 hours. It's been wonderful. And if we were able to, I'd say we should start singing that song. I'm so glad we had this time together. I mean, this was just an amazing event. Look, the theme of this event is innovation. And my often made statement is that innovation is not decided on by the inventor. It's not decided on by the company, but it's the market. You get innovative because you gained insight about the market, you anticipated, you got the insight. And Lynn Gilman, I think she really summed it up best when she said in her excellent talk, that Darwin quote, it's not the strongest of the species that survive, nor the most intelligent, but the one most responsive to change. And I urge everyone that has been at this event, who is listening in, it's been filled with that mindset, concepts, information required to anticipate and respond to changes brought on both because of COVID-19 and in spite of COVID-19. And the challenge for everybody, because some things are changing and some things are not. Take from bio the idea of seeing the world in a different way, as moving, a migrant world, which we're going to have to deal with. Riel Miller, and Riel is not just a dear friend who I've known for many, many years. He's a true partner with UNB and what we and I are trying to do. But that foresight mindset, literacy as a capability that can be used to detect, and I love what he said, novelty. Isn't that what innovation is about? Detecting novelty, seeing the world and opportunities differently and challenge the status quo. And that's what you and I, my friend, have been talking about in terms of building an anticipatory mindset. And they'll be hearing more about that from you and me as we go through. But Don, I'm going to put a question out to you since we're dialoguing. Do you not think that there's a unique, extraordinary advantage for New Brunswick and Atlantic Canada in what we've been hearing, with what COVID-19 has been bringing?
Well, you know what? I think we are blessed with everything that's gone on here, and B, fortunate with our circumstances. When you see the total number of cases that exist due to COVID globally, UNB has had to think in different methods, and it is being criticized. And it, you know, I mean, at the very beginning, everybody was extremely critical about the multi-party reaction to basically shutting down the province. But it's worked. There have been blips. There's always going to be blips. This is a pandemic, but it was imagination. And I want to go back, and Tolu put it in the chat. It's that creativity and imagination, not determinism, which has got us to where we're going to go. And that in and of itself summarizes anticipatory systems. You can't go at it the same way. And we've seen examples of where people are trying to solve these problems, trying to do the same thing over and over again. You know, I mean, it's, you know, what's the definition? Anyway, we all know this, doing the same thing over and over and expecting different results. We have people who are understanding, adapt, create, don't conform, think differently, and the future is there for us to be able to participate in. And so, yeah, I mean, we've shown that we can do it, and we're a little microcosm out here. And you know, we have the startups, we have the students, we have the international collection space where people are coming here. Maybe they're not coming in person right now because they can't, but they are coming virtually. And we have our students that are online from around the globe who are here with us, still participating, still looking to see how we can build better futures by being creative and not getting stuck within that box. And that comes back to what Jill said. Don't let anybody put you in a box. Minister Green, I mean, that was one of her closing words. Don't let people put you in the box. Get out of that box. And that's how we're going to do it in New Brunswick. And that's how we're going to do it in Atlantic Canada. And that's how we are going to continue to still lead the world.
Yeah, and Dom, I like when you say that, because your president started us off beautifully by reminding us that UNB received the Entrepreneurial University in Canada award, not in Atlantic Canada. That I love Arun saying New Brunswick has an edge. I mean, recognizing that you can't look at things with the traditional mindset. You can't. Recognizing that New Brunswick has done something extraordinary, even with this event, bringing geographies together, and also recognizing that maybe COVID-19 should cause us to rethink what we feel geography means from a physical barrier perspective. Does this mean open innovation now is going to thrive in Atlantic Canada? Is this the opportunity? Because we've seen all sorts of advantage created in the last few years. And again, let's overlay that with the concepts today. But I'm going to leave this by saying the opportunity arises, in terms of responding, being responsive, but it arises because we develop the mindset.
Sure, we need camera on.
We get this because we think differently. And we get this because, Dom, and we will talk about this in the coming months, anticipatory system capability is being developed.
Thank you so much, my friend. Thanks for being here with us. It's always a pleasure to share this. Listen, for you, be safe, be well. I look forward to a time when you and I can sit down in a room again and maybe tip an adult beverage or two and figure out how we can change the world. Thanks so much. And thanks for being in the back room and listening to all this. And thanks for summing up what we've heard so well. I really appreciate it.
Glad to be part of the family, my friend.
All right. Take care. So now having Rachel and Dr. Dhirendra Shukla join us back on stage. As you heard, Jade, he has to have his camera on though. Everybody heard that one, so that's good. This is fantastic. I love this. This is all real.
All of the unintentional disruptions that we have had today just show the reason behind the name that we chose for this year's conference, which is just fitting. And thank you, Dom and Jonathan, for so eloquently summarizing all of the conversations that we've had here today. We really greatly appreciate you taking that a little bit more than 5 minutes time to wrap that up.
Nice dig, Rachel.
Thanks. We might not be in the same room, but I can still call you out.
Yeah, I was expecting it. It's okay. I was watching the clock.
I know. All of the conversations that we've had here today. So we would like to thank you so much for joining us this year for our Future of Innovation Disrupted. It's an RBC Leadership Conference. We would, of course, again like to thank our sponsor for the third year in a row, RBC, for their continued support. I'm going to pass it over to Dhirendra for our final closing words.
Thank you very much, Rachel. Like Rachel pointed out, want to sincerely thank RBC and particularly Laurie Smith for the key role she played as a part of the organizing team to pull all the things together. I know it wasn't easy, so greatly appreciate all that she did. Thank you very much, Laurie. That being said, I also want to take this opportunity to send a lot of, to Bio, send a lot of love, prayers, and hearts go out to you. When you talked about being resilient in the conference, when you talked about people looking within and the travel, and you truly represent that through who you are and what you did today. That took an incredible amount of courage to do what you did. So thank you dearly and deeply on behalf of the conference organizers, the panelists, the participants, and all of us at the center. So thank you, Bio, for all of that. The other part of the committee, I wanted to particularly thank, Dom and Jonathan for wrapping up such a complex conversation. There was a lot to talk about, a lot to talk about in terms of complexity, lots to talk about in terms of why it's important to change, look at the culture, having a culture that reflects on itself, learns from others, and moves on and is resilient. And some of the questions that were put out to our speakers, that what would we do differently? Looking at the past, we can learn, because there have been moments that have been historically have not, we haven't done well as a society and as a community. But looking back, we can learn, that's for sure. But what are we going to do as we move this agenda forward? And what is particularly very exciting about this conference is it gives people hope. It gives people an opportunity that you can travel and learn from others. And you can go and see and be part of this conversation that is complex, but don't get drowned with the complexity, because the world is complex. The world is moving. Be part of that change, and you can be part of all of that. So be part of that movement, make a positive impact, and look at how you can change the world and make it a better place, and be more and more involved. So thank you very much, Dom and Jonathan, for doing what you did there. Jade and Ashley for coordinating for the social media and posting and making everything line up today. And when you talk about the future of innovation disrupted, You could sense it, you could feel it, and the organizing team did a phenomenal job at managing innovation that is disrupted, the conference that is disrupted. But you can reflect on it, and pulling an audience from around the world, a community from around the world, that gave everyone a sense of hope, a sense of excitement, a sense of energy, was very meaningful. I do want to conclude by sincerely thanking Rachel. Rachel, when you talk about the conference being disrupted, I cannot even fathom how much it increased the load and pressure on her. But she is a phenomenal human being that just took it on and took it on with a smile. And I saw her correspondence day and night, and just thank you very much, Rachel, for doing this and doing it and inspiring all of us with the energy and the drive and a positive. You portray all the right things that this conference stands for. Being that change for positive energy, being that change that makes things happen. And want to thank all our speakers, all the sponsors, all the panelists. We are so fortunate. And again, sending a lot of love and respect and kindness to our friend Bio. Right. So thank you very much. And that's all I had to say. Thank you very much.
So I'm just going to quickly jump here. Thank you to RBC for being a part of this and providing us with so many sponsors. And Narendra, thank you for you. You started this. This is your conversation that we get to be part of. And you've given us all a platform to be able to do that on. And that means a great deal to the people who are listening online too, because they know how important you are to all of this. So thank you. And keep it up. We promise we're going to be here with you for the long run. So, all right.
Take care.
I guess that's it.
That's right.
Thank you, everybody. And we will see you next year for hopefully not disrupted. Bye, everyone.